4 years. And I mentioned to somebody that I was pretty stressed, and they said, well, why don't you get acupuncture?
Mhm.
Out the way. So he came in early for me. Bless his soul.
Hello, Susan.
Hi there.
Good
Good
morning.
morning. Good morning.
I got my gift yesterday and I love it. Thank you so much.
Oh, it's our pleasure to
Such a fun basket. Good stuff.
those who love so much and give so much.
Oh, yeah.
Hello, everyone.
They fly. Wow. That's what LA does to you. California fly. Good. Looking good.
Mm.
California.
So everybody's arriving. We had an extraordinary day yesterday with our affiliate leaders from all over the country joining us for, what was it? It was communion, it was training, it was sharing, learning. It was beautiful. So that was Stephen Powell, who said hello to you first. He's our host today. Tom Burrell, I see you, Tom. Tom is on mute. Hi there. Let me see. You have a beard. Do I know you with a beard? It looks
Brother Cartman, we see Lisa Dixon, Angie, Andrea, Jamila, Brother Brent, LA in the house. All right. Trina Brown. We haven't forgotten about you too, Facebook family. Y'all are with us.
Yes, indeed.
Y'all are with us. Hazel Cameron, the award-winning Hazel Cameron, right?
Hello there. Thank you.
Hello.
Thank you.
I see Chandra Smith Baker. Thank you for being with us. We said prayers yesterday for Minneapolis. We had Minneapolis Cares with us. I'm sure they'll be back today.
Letitia. Hey, hello. Florida in the house.
A joy to be here. Amen.
Joy to have you.
Amen. Good to be here. Thank you. Good morning, everybody, or good afternoon, actually, everybody.
Morning.
God bless everybody.
Likewise.
Yes, does.
See, you're the example. You just said your greeting and put your mute right back on. That's the flow for the day.
Darn it, phone off.
Good morning. Here.
So we always begin on time. We give people a little bit of time. There's Brent. I hadn't seen him before. Hi, Brent. Giving our people time to arrive. And because we were photobombed, we were, what is it?
Zoom bomb. We're not even gonna bring that up.
Well, I am. We were Zoom, one of our very first, if not the first gathering. And we had Dr. Barber on, and while he was speaking, it was so disruptive. So from that point to this moment, we just continue to register people. They have to register, and then we let them in. So there's a whole team in the background here, checking names and making sure that these are people we invited and we know. So that's what's going on. I see beautiful Madeline Burrell. Hi there, Madeline. Mwah. Love to you.
Chanda Smith Baker, Minneapolis. We send you healing and greetings.
Yes, yes, yes. And Brenda Coleman.
Miss B, we see you. Hello.
Brenda. Atlanta Cares, University for Parents. Chris Reisner, I heard from her today. Chris worked with Deborah and me at Essence and worked with us last year. And we must have sent her one of the CARES t-shirts that Cicely had designed, because she sent me a photograph of herself today in the CARES t-shirt. So I gave her the Facebook information. Maybe she'll come on.
Hey, Susan, this is Sharon in Detroit. How are you?
Sharon, I'm doing
Yeah.
mighty
I'm in between locations, so I'm in my car trying to get to my office before we actually really begin the session. But I just wanted to let you know that I thought that the presentations yesterday were really excellent.
Oh, great.
Thank
Well,
you.
then I saw Mike, near the end. So today, I don't know, people, do you know who's speaking today? You saw the lineup? At any rate,
Me?
yeah,
Oh no, I don't. No, I haven't. I haven't taken a look. I just know it's going to be good. So
there you go. Yeah,
I'll
we
be
just
there.
gotta trust. That's what we say. Just trust us. Like
Yeah.
we trust you. Yes, indeed.
Christine, welcome from Portland, Maine. We see you.
Hi,
Carla, South
Christine.
Florida. All right. Miami in the house.
Florida and Miami. Yes.
Hey, Alberta. The award-winning Alberta Lampkins. Hey,
Hello, Al.
Fayetteville Rayfield Cares.
Carolinas.
Julia, Boulder, Colorado. Greater Denver Cares. Welcome.
Excited about that launch and growth in Denver. Very much so.
Happy to be here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Linda, we see you, St. Louis in the house. Welcome.
St. Louis,
Let's see, Maryland, Stamford, Connecticut, Alexandria,
Mayor.
Virginia.
new mayor elect in St. Louis. Yes.
Hello, Cares family.
Hi
Hey,
there.
Mike Walker.
Yes,
Mike.
hey.
Board members in the house.
Yes. So we're gathering, we're ready and
Give it another minute and we can get rolling.
waiting for more folks to come on board. We're explaining that we ask everybody to register and then we let people in one by one, which really does take time. Maybe next time what we'll say is come early so we can get you in early.
Stephanie Gate, Chicago, welcome. We see you.
Hi there.
We see you too, Brother Cartman. We can't wait to hear from you. Chi-Town.
Oh my gosh. And your social media, Dr. Obari, you are not playing, huh?
Trying to be like him when I grow up.
Oh my gosh. Well, I can't say that.
Okay, that's
When I
enough.
grow up, I want him to be my son, maybe grandson.
Okay.
It's fabulous social media, fabulous. And I'll be at your presentation this week coming up. Absolutely.
Mhm. Fantastic. Thank y'all for having me.
Oh dear. How did that happen?
Oh, hello. Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Oh, hi.
Who is,
Hi, my name is Sean Felder. I see myself there.
Hi,
Sean
Sean.
Felder. Hello, everyone.
Welcome.
Thank you. Pleasure to be here.
Pleasure to have you. Brother Sharif, Philly in the house. All right.
oh, so good.
Most stuff, most stuff. How y'all doing?
Brother Sharif is just absolutely dedicated to ensuring that there are more African-American male teachers in our schools. That's his work.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Big part of that is community and health and wellness. So appreciate these type of platforms because that's particularly what our educators need.
Ashe. Give it another minute and we'll go ahead and get started. Does that sound good, Susan?
Yeah, whenever you're ready, Steve.
All right.
Absolutely leave it to you. I'm still fiddling here. Set my computer up a little higher. Michael Dyson said your computer is too low. I said, okay. So I'm just working with this and it slipped. So I don't want that to happen today. That's for sure. No, sweetie, but what I do need you to do is to just get this, I'm on speaker too, to move this over for me. This,
To move the edge or move the whole
this
thing?
edge over so I can,
Well, yeah, you just,
I try.
well, you have to get rid of this thing first.
Slip down.
Hey, Roxana, National Capital Area Cares.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm in your home, Roxana.
You had it there.
NDC, holding it down. All right, I think we are ready to officially get started. So I am going to say good morning, good afternoon, what's good, what up, though, for those Detroit folks, wherever you're calling in from. We welcome you to this moment. And I'm going to greet you with Sawubona. I see you, we see each other, and in this moment, we're going to enhance one another in this moment of time. It is with great intention that we use Zoom meetings so that we can see one another. But I just want to go through some community agreements to ensure that our time is done decently and in order. First, if you're in our Zoom room, please keep your lines muted until you're prompted to do so during our Q&A. And do also understand that this is a moment where we are coming together to be inoculated in love, in hope, in healing, and in wellness. But we trust that you can operate in this Zoom room accordingly. If you find that you may be doing a lot of excessive movement, please turn your camera off, and that will be done with respect to our speakers. Now I'm going to move to introduce our queen, our earth angel, our CEO, our founder. Now, if you are in Facebook, we see you Facebook Live. So can we get some purple and orange hearts going? Let us know where you're coming from. If you're in Zoom, let's get some hearts going. Move your hands, keep your mute on, but move your hands, and please welcome our queen. She's going to tell us what we do, why this day is so important, and a little bit more about the National Kids Mentoring Movement.
Thank you so much, Stephen, and welcome, my sisters and my brothers. So excited. We are so excited to welcome you today for this moment that we all so greatly need. All of us have struggled in some way, over the last year. And today is really a special day. It's a day for the most privileged Black people on the planet. It's us. We know this if we know our history. We know that we're the most privileged if we know what our motherland lost, what was stolen from our motherland in human resources and mineral resources, what was destroyed. If we've been to the disinvested communities and schools that poor Black children are relocated to, we know that we are fortunate, where our young ones are living in dilapidated housing. They're moving from shelter to shelter. In some shelters, you can't stay more than just 3 weeks or 4 weeks. They're couch surfing, struggling with families and friends, and often hungry, coming to school hungry and expected to learn. All living in fear of violence. And so many of the young ones and their parents are sad to the bone. Parents overwhelmed by competing pressures, and so many have been incarcerated, are incarcerated. Children left on their own or to overwhelmed grandparents. Adults in the community trying to feed the children, trying to heal addictions, feed addictions. Juggling, parents juggling low-paying jobs, a multiplicity of things, just trying to keep heads above water. We gather for them. All of this trauma held fast by centuries of injustices made legal, injustices that are brutal and bestial, and that have robbed 16 generations of African Americans of opportunities to advance their lives. So we are the fortunate ones. We, our four parents here and throughout the Caribbean and all throughout the Americas, throughout the diaspora, we managed to emerge from these painful places of poverty and lack and abuse. Here we are, the things that have been plaguing our people for centuries. This is why National Cares exists. This is why our community wellness gathering meetings were created so that we able ones can be more stable, the generations gathered here and beyond, we have to assume our moral responsibility to heal what's hurting Black America. Our brain trust, Elder Harry Belafonte, who should be listening in today, hopefully, and Sister Adelaide Sanford, she is listening in. Harry said something when we began this movement years ago. He said, you know, in order to heal what's hurting Black America, we adults have to heal what's hurting us. So National Cares, founded as Essence Cares in the wake of Hurricane Katrina, was founded for this movement, this moment. I couldn't allow the Essence brand to be managed outside of our company. So we created the name National Cares Mentoring Movement, launched it in Atlanta in 2006 at Morehouse College, in that very same chapel that our beloved Dr. King and so many beautiful and brilliant Black men worshiped when they were students at Morehouse. And we will be eternally grateful to Tommy Dortch for, you know, being the founding chairman and traveling this nation with me as he did for years, just trying to build the affiliates across the country, local affiliates, so that they could recruit the legions of Black men and women mentors, so our children would know that we care about them and that we will not let them fall. You can see where we are now in 58 cities all across the country, and our affiliate leaders are here with us today. They are the Earth Angels. They really are the soldiers of love. And also with us today, we have our psychologists, our social workers, the community leaders who implement our culturally anchored, life nourishing programs. They're in schools and at the University for Parents. All of our programmatic work is rooted in our heritage. So we will know to never, ever forget what our foreparents withstood. We complain a lot. I know I do too sometimes until I catch myself. But they withstood. We also make sure that we remember their triumphs, what they overcame for us. So let's give our love to the soldiers of love. Let's give some love to the leaders across the country, all the CARES leaders who just do so much. They really are the boots on the ground. They live and do the work where harms and greed and racism live. And they're dedicated to restoring hope and advancing our young so that they will graduate from high school and will succeed in college or certified industrial training programs and in life. And you know, I don't say this proudly, but CARES is the singular organization in the nation implementing holistic cultural programming on a national scale that's dedicated to propelling Black children out of poverty. We're creating sturdy bridges into the lives that they deserve and are longing for. No organization can do this work alone. So led by our Stephen Powell, we are building community impact partnerships. We're building them with community, can we have that slide come up or is it up? Okay, there it is. With community facing and caring organizations so that their members, the members of those community facing legacy, many of them organizations, and our local affiliate leaders and mentors can buttress our students together so that they can help them with their math and literacy skills. You know, some of our young ones are being graduated from high school reading at a second grade level. You know where they're going. That is the pathway to prison. It's not going to happen on our watch. It will not happen on our watch. So this is what the linking arms and aims with our legacy organizations, linking with our community leaders. This is what they're doing, helping our young ones with their college essays, with math, with their applications, ensuring that they graduate from high school, prepared to succeed in college and industrial training programs and in life. So all of us, we have to be well. We have to be well, fit, focused, organized, disciplined, and armed with a plan of action because we are in the vanguard. We are our beloved people's frontline workers. That's who we are. Who else really cares? And so this day, oh my goodness, we are so blessed on this day to have dedicated to healing, lead us into this amazing program that we've put together for you. One of the most caring, conscious, and committed people, a master healer and legendary activist and organizer, central to the Black Power movement, the Black arts movement, and the push for Black studies. Dr. Maulana Karenga. He's a professor and chair of the Department of Africana Studies at California State University, Long Beach, and also the creator of Kwanzaa, a holiday for us to give thanks for all that is ours, our children, our music, our style, our African heritage, and one another, symbolized by the first fruits of the harvest. Dr. Karenga understood early on that mental, spiritual, financial, all those healths combined are what we need as a community, and only in community can we be whole. So let us give thanks for Dr. Karenga as we welcome him to open us to today's sharing for our community. Thank you, Dr. Karenga, for being with us.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Habari gani ndugu na dada. Greetings, brothers and sisters all. I bring you greetings of solidarity and continuing struggle to bring and sustain good in the world. From my organization, the African American Culture Center, us, and the National Association of Kawaida Organization. In the tradition of our ancestors, we say karibuni, welcome. Among us, you will always find your family and a peaceful place, and we wish for you blessings without number and all good things without end. And we bear witness as an African people that as our beginning was great and good, so shall our development throughout eternity be, if we dare struggle, speak truth, do justice, and walk in the way of rightfulness. Hotep, Ashe, Heaven. Let me say also at the outset, I am honored, uplifted, and reinforced by this invitation and opportunity to participate in this National Cares Community Wellness Gathering titled Healing What's Hurting Us, Overriding the Impact of Racism. And I'm most honored to be in the presence of and to support the one who conceived and called into being this project, our highly valued, valuable, and beloved sister, Susan Taylor. Surely our collective president here in all our diversity and unity serves as a resolute reaffirmation of our respect and support for the wonderful and heavy-weighted work she has done for decades and continues to do in the interest of the health, wholeness, and well-being of our embattled, oppressed, and yet ever-rising and resisting community. We meet in the midst of dangerous, difficult, and demanding time. Indeed, in the midst of the great tragedy and enduring trauma. And these conditions are caused not only by the pandemic, COVID-19, which has recently swept across the world with devastating impact, wreaking havoc on the health, lives, and millions, the lives and livelihood of millions. These conditions are also caused by the persistent pathology of racist oppression, which aggravates and intensifies the effect of the virus on us. And so we must know and learn new rhythms of life to continue our relationship that ground us, orient us, and help us to direct our lives toward good and expansive end. And when I talk about racism, I speak here not of racial prejudice, an attitude of hatred and hostility toward those different. Rather, I speak of systemic racism, which turns that hatred and hostility into public policy and socially sanctioned practice. I speak of a system which begins with violent imposition, justifies itself with self-deluding ideology of white superiority, and establishes interlocking institutions to preserve and promote the imposition and the ideology of domination, deprivation, and degradation of others. And as usual, in such a context of racist oppression, we who are racistly considered least are oppressed most, exploited and deprived most, and thus we suffer in greater degree and die in greater numbers. But we must not be dispirited or defeated. And as always, We must reach inside ourselves and develop and draw on our inner strength, discipline our hearts and mind, unite in love, service, sacrifice, and struggle, and dare to save and heal ourselves by radically altering and ending the conditions of our illness and oppression through righteous and relentless struggle. Here we are to remind ourselves of the lessons learned from our voluminous library of ancient history, as well as the lives and struggles of our people in this country and around the world, from the Holocaust of enslavement through the savagery of segregation to today's pervasive police violence and systemic racist violence, of which that police violence is but a brutal expression. Indeed, our long history of oppression and struggle for liberation and justice, the struggle to be ourselves and to free ourselves and to overcome awesome suffering and self-healing and achievement against all odds, has taught us invaluable lessons we must not forget. And none is more important than these lessons. First, that we are our own liberators, that a people that cannot save itself is lost forever, that no matter how numerous or sincere our allies are, those who would be free must strike the first, the final, and decisive blow. Indeed, we must realize that the oppressor is responsible for our oppression, but we are responsible for our liberation. And part of our responsibility is holding our oppressor responsible and accountable for the savage oppression of us through our, again, righteous and relentless struggle. For as Frederick Douglass, our forefather, taught us, power concedes nothing without demand. It never did, and it never will. Here we must value and discipline ourselves for struggle, a struggle which has both internal and external dimensions. Indeed, as I teach in my philosophy, Kawaida, struggle is a defining feature of what it means to be human. We struggle to come into being, that's called birth. We struggle to make the most out of our being, that's called life. And we struggle not to go out of being, that's called the quest for immortality. And as we seek to live our lives and do our work and wage our struggle in righteous and rightful ways, it is good for us to have a value system by which we ground ourselves, orient ourselves, and direct our lives toward good and expansive end. And I would like to suggest that the Nguzo Saba provide that. The Nguzo Saba, the 7 principles of Kwanzaa, or more inclusively, the 7 principles of Kawaida philosophy, out of which I created both Kwanzaa and the Nguzo Saba, teaches us Kawaida seeks to be and define itself as an ongoing synthesis of the best of African thought and practice in constant exchange with the world. It is a philosophy of life, work, and struggle. And the Nguzo Saba, within that philosophy of life, work, and struggle, serves as an important foundation and framework of our self-understanding and self-assertion in the world. And we must have a solid self-understanding in the world, because our self-understanding dictates, shapes our self-assertion in the world. And if we have a diminished self-conception, then we have a diminished assertion in the world. And so the Nguzo Saba gives us an expanded conception of who we are and what we should be about. These principles are first umoja. Umoja means to strive for and maintain unity in the family, community, nation, and race. The principle of umoja cultivates and encourages the ancient African understanding that we come into being, grow, develop, and flourish in rightful relationship, and that every relationship carries a responsibility. It thus cultivates in us a sense of oneness with and responsibility to and for each other, our people, and the world, and all in it. It calls on us to cultivate and harvest and hold on to the goodness within our family, our community, our people, and the world. It teaches us a profound sense of relatedness then, togetherness, and a moral sensitivity to others, encouraging us to avoid injuring each other and the world, and to relate rightfully with loving kindness, service, sacrifice, and all for the common good. And this principle reminds us of the teaching of the Honorable Marcus Garvey, who said to us, the ends you serve that are selfish would take you no further than yourself, but the ends that are for all in common would take you even into eternity. Kujichagulia, self-determination, is our second principle. It means to define ourselves, to name ourselves, to create for ourselves, and to speak for ourselves. But how do we define ourselves? We must define ourselves by the good we do and the dignity-affirming, life-enhancing, world-preserving ways we live our lives, do our work, and wage our struggle. Our oppressor must not be our teacher. We must realize that the power of definition is awesome. That one of the greatest powers in the world is the power to define reality and make others accept it, even when it's to their disadvantage. So we must not collaborate in our own oppression by letting other people define us. And what does it mean to name ourselves? It instructs us to name ourselves in reverent respect for our history, our culture, and our highest value. It encourages us to create for ourselves in the beautiful, sacred, and soulful ways of our ancestors. And it calls on us to speak for ourselves by speaking our special culture truth of our people, speaking the truth of their beautifulness, their sacredness, their soulfulness, and their internal creative capacity to carve out of the hard rock of reality places of good and beauty and freedom of mind and soaring spirit, regardless of those things that surround them. In a word, the principle of Kujichagulia teaches us to respect, to speak, and to live the truth of our own rich, unique, and equally valid and valuable way of being human in the world. For our struggle is and has always been a dual one, to be ourselves and to free ourselves. And we know we can't free ourselves unless we be ourselves. But also we can't truly be ourselves until we fully free ourselves through righteous and relentless struggle. Ujima teaches us to build and maintain our community and to make our brothers and sisters' problems our problems and to solve them together. It teaches us that we're responsible to and each other. We are responsible for the world that we live in. We must make our world in our own image and interest. It reminds us we must together in love, respect, service, sacrifice, and struggle, build a good community and society and world we want and deserve to live in. And it reaffirms at the heart and center of all we do that is good and enduring, that we must be rightfully attentive to the quality of our relationship with each other and commit ourselves to building our community ever stronger, caring about each other, caring for each other, depending on each other, and working the struggle to heal ourselves, sustain ourselves, develop and flourish and come into the fullness of ourselves. Ujamaa, to build and maintain our own stores, shops, and other businesses, and to profit from them together. This principle of Ujamaa teaches us the value and practice of shared work and shared wealth. It teaches us to do economic as a family. It speaks to our need to cultivate a sense of kinship with each other again. It turns toward the ethical understanding of our sacred texts and often insights of our ancestors, which teach us to support and advocate an equitable distribution of wealth, the dignity and value and rights of workers, the need to move beyond crass consumerism, isolated and vulgar individualism, and the market-driven madness of acquisitiveness, posing as a substitute for an actual long-form freedom and meaning. Nia teaches us to make our collective vocation the building and development of our community in order to leave our community more beautiful and beneficial than we inherited. But what is this greatness that we want our people to return to? The answer to this is found in our sacred text, the Hosea from ancient Egypt, that says to us, the wise are known by their wisdom, but the great are known by their good deeds. Thus our ancestors teach us that we must not indulge in idle worship of wealth and science and technology, but must constantly raise the question of how do we use these to serve African and human good and the well-being of the world. As Mary McLeod Bethune taught us, we who have knowledge must, quote, discover the dawn and then share it with the masses who need it most. Let us do things with joy, the Odu Ifa tells us, for surely we have been divinely chosen to bring good into the world, and this is the fundamental mission and meaning of human life. The sixth principle is creativity, to do always as much as we can in the way we can in order to leave our community more beautiful and beneficial than we inherit. It is a teaching of Suruj Ta, an ancient Egyptian moral imperative that says we must constantly repair, restore, and remake the world, making it more beautiful and beneficial than we inherited. It means for us to raise up what is in ruins, to repair what is damaged, to replenish what is depleted, to rejoin what is divided and separated, to strengthen what is weakened, to make right what is wrong, and to make flourish that which is fragile and undeveloped. We do damage to the world when we do not do our best. We do damage to each other when we turn a blind eye to injustice, a deaf ear to truth, and an uncaring heart away from the suffering and pain around us. We must heal ourselves in the process and practice of healing the world. The final principle is Imani, which means to believe with all our hearts in our people, our parents, our teachers, our leaders, and the righteousness and victory of our struggle. This teaches us that to honor our father and mother's teaching, the faith of our forefathers and mothers, in which Du Bois said, had a faith that sang to sunshine in the midst of the winter days and nightmarish evil that surrounded and suppressed them. It was their rootedness in a profound spirituality that made them able not only to survive, but to prevail and to clear a place and leave an awesome legacy for us who came after it. I speak here of remembrance and faith and hope and healing, of love and striving, of struggle for good in the world. And I want us to understand that we can endure and weather this winter and all others like it. Within the sacred narrative we know as Black history, we are known for resilience, resourcefulness, and determined durability and adaptive vitality, unique and unsurpassable and second to none. Our poet laureate Glenn Brooks tells us we are a people who dare to conduct our blooming in the noise and whip of the whirlwind. Our theologian Howard Thurman speaks of this special strength of ours as one of riding the storm and remaining intact. And our educator, Nanny Barrows, reaffirms and reminds us that we as a people specialize in the wholly impossible. I close by noticing that even before COVID-19, we saw ourselves and we teach. We are injured physicians who must heal, repair, and renew and remake ourselves in the process and practice of repairing, renewing, and remaking the world that has wounded us. I speak of overcoming and ending domination, deprivation, and degradation of systemic racism and racialized capitalism. And I define us as injured physicians who have been grievously and grotesquely injured by oppression, and who have it within themselves, however, the power to heal ourselves, to repair, renew, and remake ourselves in the process and practice of renewing, remaking this broken, brutal, and death-dealing world. And I use it to stress our agency rather than our victimhood, even though I do not deny we have been victim, but we overcome that in struggle. And so let me close by saying this is our duty, to know our past and honor it, to engage our present and improve it, and to imagine a whole new world and future, and to forge it in the most ethical, effective, and expansive way. And this too, people, continue the struggle, keep the faith, hold the line, love our people and each other, seek and speak truth, do and demand justice, practice the Nguzo Saba, be constantly concerned with the well-being of the world and all in it, and dare help rebuild the overarching movement that prefigures and makes possible the good world we all want and deserve to live in and leave as a legacy worthy of the name and history African. Hotep, Ashe, Hedi.
Ashe. Oh,
Shay.
bless you. Wow. Thank you, Dr. Karenga.
Thank
Thank
you.
you so much. Bless you for being with us this day. And thank you for blessing us and reminding us. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Facebook family, I want to see red, black, and green emojis, heart emojis going. 2 snaps. That was so beautiful. And I'm going to continue to move this along. But let's remember, we are our own liberators. Let's not walk away. He said so much, but we are our own liberators. Today, we have a 3-hour run of show. We will have 2 breaks, wellness breaks in between, 1 mindfulness break, and then 1 stretch break. We're asking that you continue to be hydrated throughout this session. There will be a Q&A segment. There will be Q&A segments throughout, so we'll make sure that we note that. So please get your questions moving on Facebook and in our chat room. Let us know where you're from, and we'll be sure to address them at that appropriate time. For most of us, the past year has been difficult on so many levels. For some, the stress has been chronic, the loss of jobs and income, the loss of loved ones, the threat to our own lives from a virus we could contract and become seriously ill or die, the stress of isolation, the stress of grief with each new report of another unarmed Black man or woman or child being murdered by police. Some of us have lost mentees, the young people we hold out so much hope for until they can begin to dare for hope themselves. Where do we look for restoration? For our own health and wellness, and for the restoration of our communities. Here to help us find some answers to some of the best minds in the country, we're going to hear first from my Jersey sister, Dr. Janice Johnson Diaz, Associate Professor of Sociology at John Jay College of Criminal Justice, on steps we can take to minimize stress by controlling our thoughts, feelings, and behaviors. And following Dr. Janice Johnson Diaz, educator, columnist, and WORD Philadelphia talk show host Andrea Lawful Sanders, who also runs our Southeastern Pennsylvania Cares affiliate. She's going to guide us through a Q&A and discussion of these practices. Now, I'm going to tell y'all, these are 2 yardies, so I want to see some black, green, and yellow hearts going up. Jamaica in the house, Philadelphia in the house, Jersey in the house. Ladies, take over.
Oh, thank you so much. I am very excited to be here. You should know that Jamaica flag is the only flag that does not have either red or blue in it across the entire globe. So that is exciting. It is very, very difficult to follow Dr. Karenga, but I want to begin by saying thank you. Thank you for inviting me to be here. I'm so excited to be here, and I hope to rise to the challenge of today. The question that was posed for the entire convening is, how can we heal from that which hurts us? And I was asked specifically to talk about how our thoughts influence our feelings and behaviors. And so I have so much, Dr. Karenga left me with so much, but I have vowed to stay on track with some of the preliminary thoughts I have. And I hope in your Q&A, I can be more expansive. The first thing I want to begin with is this notion of our thoughts. Our thoughts are shaped by our worldview, right? How we think about ourselves and how we think about the groups of which we are part of. And so we think of ourselves, when we think of ourselves positively, and we think of the groups to which we belong to positively, then we will have quite positive feelings in terms of what we think is possible in the world. And so Susan Taylor began by saying, we are the chosen people. To think about that framework of how we see ourselves and the different and other more dominant worldviews of who we are as African people, that already you see that when we structure and start from the place of gratitude, the place of honoring, the place of being chosen, and feeling like we're connected to chosen people, that is going to shape how we begin to even move forward. For me, as a social scientist, one of the things that we know for a fact is that when we have a strong sense of racial identity, it is good for our self-esteem. And it also serves us in terms of coping strategies that we have to deal with, particularly as residents of the United States and as residents of a globe that is so anti-African, so anti-Black, so misogynistic, so patriarchal, and so hateful on so many levels. So being connected to and being grounded in this African identity, being grounded in this connection has extreme benefit for our well-being. And also the other thing that we know is that when we draw on our cultural beliefs, that it allows us to address especially interpersonal challenges, right? And for us, we know that all life began on the continent of Africa. So when we draw on that which Africa has to give to us in a daily way, then that will help move us forward. But I want to be clear that racism isn't an interpersonal challenge, right? Racism is a structural obstacle. It is a disease. And we have to be really clear about that. We also have to be clear that much of our time so far has been attending to the symptoms of racism rather than to the disease and the functions of racism. So when we address microaggression, we're addressing the symptomologies of the inequities. We're not actually addressing the root causes of these inequities, but we have to recognize that the distinction between the symptom and the disease. The symptom is a physical or mental manifestation of a disease, but the disease is the structure, it is the function, it is the form. In medicine, we often talk about the fact that we have 4 kinds of diseases, and those diseases are usually considered hereditary, right? And infectious. Racism is infectious, but it is not hereditary. It is human-made, and this should give us quite a lot of hope. Because if humans created it, then it can certainly be uncreated. It can be redone and it can be restructured. It is not the biology that so many of us want to make it. It is in fact a social disease that is infectious that we can get a handle on. And in order to do that, we need to adopt a different set of approach, and we need to begin to think about it a different way. We need to really adopt a critical race approach and a public health approach to how we're going to deal with racism. And today I want to share with you some of the strategies that I think we can use. One is we need to acknowledge and give language to what hurts us. And we must openly talk about the fact that racism is what hurts us. That racism and the systems that it creates are literally killing us. We are dying from racism-related illnesses. So when you see heart disease, when you see hypertension, when you see diabetes, the biggest killers of African people, they're racism-related illnesses, and we need to start naming them as such. That when we look at the police state, that is the presence of racism in action. When we look at the unjust and unequal educational system that harms our children and our family, that's racism in action. When we look at the housing and labor markets, that's racism in action, and we need to start naming it. Things like homelessness is symptomologies. But the entire construction of the housing market, the entire construction of the labor force is racism in action. The next thing that we need to develop is we need to have an operative and easy definition of racism. So many of us have relegated racism to interpersonal exchanges, right? Where somebody says a phrase, right? Somebody utters some mean words, and we call that racism. Those, again, are symptomologies. We have to start going to the root of the structure. And Dr. Kamara Jones, who I admire greatly, provides us a lot of wonderful definitions that we can use. And what she says is inaction in the face of need that gets systematized. So we don't need to have the actor be visible. We only need to look at it. And that's why I want to say to you that it's important that we say to ourselves and our children, for me to acknowledge what hurts me, I need to have a source and I need to have the language. The second thing is that we need to name the hurt and name where racism is most present in our lives. Is racism most doing the harm in our housing, in our families, in our school system? And we need to name this because if we're going to address it, we need laser-like focus on how we're going to do this. We cannot be haphazard about a disease. If you think about how your doctors might approach cancer, it isn't to suggest that you don't have other things, but you need a laser-like focus on how you're going to attend to it. We need to be able to identify the symptoms and how they work. And some of the main symptoms are the things that often ail us in our community. A high devotion to meritocracy in an unjust system, where we say to our children, we say to ourselves, the reason I didn't work, I didn't get such a reward is because, something is wrong with me, because otherwise something would be, I would get that reward. Is that our over devotion to meritocracy in an unjust system harms us in every way. The harsh love that we often think we need to give to our children. The world is already harsh. The one thing that Black children don't need is more harshness. Black children needs an abundance of love, a tender love, a caring love, because the world is going to give them harsh. Our devotion to capitalism, which is of course a proxy for anti-Blackness, which is of course a proxy for misogynistic behaviors, of course a proxy for patriarchy, of course a proxy for classism, of course a proxy for homophobia. Our devotion to capitalism is also a part of our symptomology, and our desire to always be in proximity to whiteness, if not adopting their ways, is also a part of the symptomology. So we have to look in our lives and we have to see how our thoughts and behaviors about who we are and the group we're part of, so that we can start attending to these. Then the fourth thing I want to say is that we must deepen or develop preventative strategies for ourselves and our communities. And we do so precisely through the works of organizations like the National Cares Mentoring. We need to volunteer with a spirit of joy, a spirit of commitment, a spirit of caring in such a way that we deepen our connections with each other, that right when the moment says that we in fact just need to focus on ourselves, that we lean in, we connect greater, we go closer, we draw each other in precisely at the moments where so many of us feel like we should put each other apart. Is that when we deepen that we in fact develop preventative strategies for anything that can ail us, because we will be in the know. We will have a way of being connected. And finally, I want to say is that we need to develop a new strategy. We need a new wellness practice so that we can always be aware of when the pain comes, that we can begin to clear our minds so that it isn't like something pops up on our bodies and we were never attuned to our body. We need a new strategy to know here is racism and its presence in my life and in our lives, and I see it. I see when at the first cough. I know when I am tired. I get that this is happening. And this means that we need to develop an intergenerational cycle that can attend to this. We need to see our children as the opportunity structure that is going to help us redo this nefarious and hateful system. That they can in fact save us, but only if we make a keen and consistent devotion to them. So we have to attend to ourselves, but we must see within them this intergenerational possibility. It is this reason that I wrote the book, right? Parent Like It Matters. Because if we don't begin to parent, mentor, coach, love like it matters, then this new system that we want, the system that will heal, the system that will self-generate, the system that will attend to and keep us going will not be possible. So it is my hope that as we think about what ails us, we will also recognize that if it ails us, it will not be long before it ails our children. It will not be long. And so to protect our children, to protect the future, to honor the past, we must begin today to name, to work on, to acknowledge, to address these symptomologies so that we can in fact attend to the disease that is racism and build ourselves a new community and a new future, especially through the way we care for our youngest and most vulnerable people, which are our children, and they are our greatest resource.
Oh, my Lord. So from one familiarity to the next, bless your soul. It is such a pleasure to listen to you. And you spoke between you and Dr. Karenga, you spoke things that really resonated with our souls. And let me tell you why. I am in the process of having a series of conversations called Through the Eyes of Black Folk. From folks across the diaspora, from the African continent, folks from the Caribbean islands, and folks that were born right here in the United States of America to enslaved Africans. What is your thought around, because we've spent so much time denigrating each other in our quest to feel better about ourselves. What is your thought around, let me give you this example, Sunday dinners, right? You knew we grew up in Jamaica. We did those Sunday dinners. Those were really impactful. I began doing them right here in Philadelphia, and they have been working. Had a guy who was a drug dealer begging for some help from church, and no one would help him because they said he had to join the church. And so I invited him to my house, and he burst into tears. Dr. Janice Johnson Dias, because he said no one had ever invited him to sit at their table. What is your thought around this gathering of ourselves without the what is the word that I'm seeking? The descriptions, the judgments that we carry about each other.
So, I'll say this. One, first of all, everybody, if you know me, you know how much I love Philly. So it's always, I think, Stephen, this is Stephen's design. I got my doctorate at Temple and I owe so much to Philly. So big up to Philly. For me, I think that there are a couple of things in your question that I think are really important for us. One is, I love judgment. I think it's all right. Sometimes I laugh and say, my grandmother used to tell a story about Gabriel sitting on the right-hand side of God and giving out talents. And I always feel like I went in like 3 or 4 times for discernment. So I always feel very judgy. And I actually don't really feel so bad about being, having high levels of discernment. But to what end, right? To what end? So the drug dealers, the so-called discarded from our community, for any of those folks who have taken on this identity that any member of our society does not have a contribution, I will say that that's not discernment. That's actually idiocy, right? Because we need each of us. If we are going to address the inequities in our community, if we are going to be healthy people, we need to first look in the face of and recognize that none of us are disposable. That's going to have to be a truth. So we can't actually move forward if that conceptualization is a part of the way people think about things. Then we're in a worse position than I imagine. So the first thing that a call to action I would have is that we need to acknowledge that every single member of us is invaluable for the work of freedom, for the work of equity. And so the drug dealer is valuable on multiple levels. The drug dealer, the drug user, right? All of them are valuable because they allow us to be able to understand how the system is working. And the system is designed such that we have drug dealers. And so when we shun the drug dealer, right, we're in fact buying into the philosophies of the systems that harm us. So I urge us to remember this. And for any of us who've always thought about like, who keeps our community safe? We know that it is not state-sanctioned people. It is some of these people who we think are discardable, right? Some of them have funded people's education. Some of them have made roadways and walkways safe for us to be good people. And so I think it's really critically important that they be invited to and participate in any table where we are present, all are welcome. This must be our philosophy going forward.
I have room for one more question. Perfect. Thank you so much. How early should we talk to our children about racism without making them afraid? This is from Lynn from Oakland, California.
Oh, it's like, Lynn, you knew. I think people have now been asking me this question a lot, which has become one of my favorites, is that we should always be talking to our children about racism, but not in the point of just describing racism. When you describe something and offer no action on how to address it, then you are not helpful, right? Our children are going to experience racism from the very day they are born in the United States. They're othered, right? And so if we don't explain to them that this is a system that is doing these things and is showing up, if we don't start having racism in action talk with our children, right? Like when we do at the park and we say, that's not nice behavior, that's not this. If we don't do that, our children will think that whatever it is that ails them, it's their fault, that they're the reason why they didn't get chosen. They're the reason. We'll have stuff like, oh, you dropped out of school versus you were pushed out of school. We will have explanations that seems like there's no system at play, that all of the inequities are singularly their fault. And so it is critically important in age-appropriate way that we begin to say to our children, this is racism in action. I will give you a concrete example. For my child, right? What I did very early from the time that she was 4 years old, and for the children that I run at the Grassroots Community Foundation that I train, is that when we were in the car or the bus together, I wanted them to be clear that race and class in the United States are really inextricably linked. And I would say, tell me what you see as we move across neighborhoods. Why do you see trash collection in some neighborhoods, no trash collections in others, houses being close in some neighborhoods, houses not being close in others, police presence in some neighborhood, police presence absence or not visible in others. This is racism in action. They need to know that, not like, oh, mommy, you don't have enough money, that's why you don't live there. Oh, those people are dirty, that's why they don't have trash pickup. No, this is racism in action. So they can have the language to identify rather than stigmatizing language for themselves or the groups of which they're part of.
Oh, Dr. Janice Johnson Diaz, it's such a pleasure having this conversation with you. Thank you so much for joining us. We will continue with our next guest, but thank you so much. I can't wait to meet you.
Andrea,
yes,
you know what?
sir.
You do have time for one more question. So
All
go
right.
ahead and
All
yeah,
right,
you got
now
time
let me
for-
take one more quickly. Can you elaborate on views on someone being racist? We hear something a white person may say, and we say they are racist. I know I am guilty of this. Wow, from Linda Robinson.
Hi, Linda Robinson. I'm happy to elaborate on that. So adopting and using the kind of framework that we use in sociology and public health, we think about racism in this particular way. We think about prejudice as being the thoughts, ideas, and belief systems that are racialized, that privileges whiteness over everything else, right? So when people adopt those philosophies, we want to think of them as prejudicial. And that's likely to happen in all of the United States, and all of us are prejudiced on one level or another, right? Whether it's by race, by class, by gender, sexuality, et cetera, right? We have a set of thoughts and beliefs about things. We want to think about discrimination as the interpersonal action, the action between you and another person, et cetera, right? So a person says, right, a thing that we would call racist towards you, they're really discriminating. They're acting upon those prejudicial ideas. But when we get to racism, racism demands power. Racism demands structure and function. It demands subsidizing. It alters the life conditions of. And so a person can be very nice. A person can even be very mean. But that's not where racism lives. So we can say a person is racist because of their discriminating action, but it's actually really a misnomer. What we want to do instead is really bridle the word racism to systems. To the extent possible, we can call this person a bigot. We can do all of those things, but we want to get keenly focused on the systems. So you know, family is a system. We know that primary systems are educational systems, religious systems, right? Workplace and labor systems. We want to get ourselves out of this place of thinking that it's an individual person alone that can really do that. What racism does is it alters, directs, controls, shapes, influences the life courses of people. So you call me the N-word, right? That is going to enrage me. And as a good Jamaican, you could get cut, right? But that's not enough.
Yes.
But if I have a system of so-called nice teachers, and I look at that system and I see that Black and brown kids are consistently not in high performing classes, getting low grades, that's racism. And I need to get really keenly focused. I don't need my kid's teacher to be nice per se. What I need them to be is equitable, racially just, pro-Black, pro-freedom. And I don't want to be distracted by the interpersonal game that people try to play. I want to be keenly focused on the systems that are organizing the life chances, resources, and access that my children and myself have.
Thank you so much, Dr. Johnson Diaz. It's been a pleasure. Thank you so much. We're moving right along.
Thank you.
Thank you, Andrea, and thank
Outstanding. Outstanding. Thank you, Dr. Johnson Diaz, and thank you, Sister Lawful Sanders. Mindfulness is an area we could easily devote the entire day to, and certainly this is a topic that CARES comes back to over and over again. But in order to make mindfulness yours, we want to give you an opportunity to put it into practice. And to help us do that, Nurse Midi Bardanili, Nursing Director of Surgical Oncology at MedStar Washington Hospital and Practical Manager of AFIA Wellness Solutions, whose mission is to educate and positively impact health outcomes in underserved communities and eliminate health disparities, is here to do that. Midi has run 5 marathons, 3 half marathons. Anytime you look at her social media, she's running up a flight of steps. This is also my Howard Bison little sister, so I'm so happy to have her here. So Midi B means bison today. Midi is going to lead us through a series of breathing exercises, so get ready.
Thank you so much, Steve, for allowing me to be here today, and to, as you called her, that archangel on earth and the queen, Susan Taylor today. I wanted just to say just a few things. At the very core of our human existence is the ability to breathe, the process of inhaling and exhaling that allows the molecular exchange of oxygen to take place in our body and in our lungs. In order for us to heal what's hurting us and to override the devastating impact of racism, we must all breathe and be mindful of how tossing like a yo-yo back and forth the emotions of stress, fear, anxiety, frustration, anger, confusion, hopelessness, and how to simply just have the desire to live, to be respected, and to be loved impacts our physical and mental health every single day. The saying, "I can't breathe," is not just spoken because of the vice script that is forcibly killing and preventing this molecular core of our existence. It is now a cry out for help, for our minds to shift and to nullify the loss of concentration on the things that bring us hurt, harm, and danger. You guys, I'm a nurse, as Steve shared, and I have to give this 20-second lesson. Cortisol is our natural built-in system for us to have an alarm system in our bodies. It's our body's main stress hormone, and it works with certain parts of your brain to control your mood, motivation, and even your fear. Cortisol is best known for helping fuel our body's fight and fight instinct in a crisis. But what happens, like when we are constantly in a state of crisis, constantly living daily with elevated levels of cortisol in our blood system? The fight or flight system always has the turn button to be on, and we need it to be turned off. And never allowing our basic human molecular functions to normalize creates additional stress, particularly on our Black and brown individuals. It can derail our body's most important functions, and it can also lead to a number of health problems, including anxiety, depression, headaches, heart disease, kidney disease, problems with digestion, trouble sleeping. Sounds familiar, right? All of the comorbidities and health disparities that impact Black and brown communities. Those same communities that Ms. Taylor is telling us today needs to have healing. So today, with the few moments that I have left and that we have together, I ask you to join me in practicing mindfulness, a meditation and breathing to help us to begin that healing process within each and every one of us. We have to first shift our attention and our mindset. And I'm unashamedly a Jesus girl, and I always am reminded that Philippians 4:8 tells us, and it reminds us that we need to think on those things that are true, honest, just, pure, lovely, of good report. And if there be any virtue, if there be any praise, we need to think on these things. So I ask you with these few moments left for you to join me in thinking on these things. If you could just please, I know we're on a virtual stage right now, but wherever you are, if you can please make sure you are not necessarily looking at me, but listening to me. And I ask under the sound of my voice that you are just centered, feel the tip of your toes, that you feel your legs, your knees, your thighs, your stomach, your chest, go out to your arms, up to your head, out to your fingertips. and just really just take a moment and think of that one thing that you can have gratitude for. And I ask that right now, as we have these few moments to share, that you take a nice deep breath in and to just breathe. That you hold that breath for 2 or 3 seconds and slowly let it out through your mouth, not your nose, but blow it out through your mouth. Take another moment to breathe deeply within your nose as if it is the very last breath you will take. And slowly but purposefully breathe it out through your mouth. Continue to do that as I share this with you. Breathe in peace and breathe out your problems. Breathe in faith, but breathe out your fear. Breathe in hope and breathe out hate. Breathe in your destiny and breathe out despair. Breathe in mercy and breathe out forgiveness. Breathe in excellence and breathe out mediocrity. Breathe in love breathe out more love, and then breathe out more love, and then breathe in love again, and do this all over again. And if you can just open your eyes with me and take a nice deep breath in and think of that one thing that you have, regardless of the racism that is hitting the hearts of individuals, and just slowly breathe out. And if I may, Ms. Taylor, with the few last moments that I have, I want to share an insight with you all that I actually posted not too long ago that I thought would be so extremely relevant as we kind of pause and end this time together. So as you're still breathing and being very intentional about the breath that you take, realizing and knowing that the next breath is not promised to you, that tomorrow is not promised to you. And so that everything that you do it for glory, do it for God's glory, do it with excellence, do it with breath. And as you're doing so, I share this with you in closing. Give yourself permission to let your light shine and let it shine bright. Give yourself permission to say no to the things that don't bring you joy. Give yourself permission to practice self-care daily, and no, it is not selfish. Give yourself blesses us, but he tells us quite clearly we must participate in our miracles. They don't just happen. Give yourself permission to question the status quo. Give yourself permission to stop deferring to not worry about what people say about you who are not invested in your success and your well-being. Give yourself permission to cry. Give yourself permission to seek breathing with me. Give yourself permission to say yes to the things that bring you joy. Give yourself permission to be the absolutely best version of you. Give yourself permission to live life out loud, because again, tomorrow is not promised. Give yourself permission to love. Give yourself permission to give and to receive grace. And give yourself permission to live and to be well and to live the absolute best life that God has called you to do. Because if you are not well, if you're not healthy, if you are not caring for yourself, you cannot do the work that God has put you on this earth to do, to make and take time to rejuvenate and to rest and to relax and to pour back into herself. The CARES movement would not have started. So she needs all of us to make sure that we are just breathing. Not say I cannot breathe, but say that we can breathe, we will breathe. And simply just taking those moments every single day that you have to be conscious about breathing. And that truly is the very basics of molecular living. We have to have oxygen in
I think we're losing.
order for our body to live. Thank you so much, my brother Steve. I love you so much on earth. Thank you for allowing me.
And we thank you, Nurse Meady. Thank you for nursing us,
Can you
nourishing.
hear me, Laura?
Stephen?
Thank you, Nurse Meaty B. We had some technology issues. I think you had some bandwidth connectivity issues going on, but we got the gist, we got the marching orders, and we appreciate your time and pouring into our spirit. I think Meaty would agree that consistency is the key. Think to what we can accomplish and what we could be if we could just really think about our own breathing heart. There's a lot that has a lot of us thinking daily about stress, trauma, the toxicity of racism and sexism, the stress of overworking and dealing with the historic harms. And this brilliant brother who I'm going to bring up next has been in this space for years, as far as I can remember. As an activist, journalist, producer, television host, and all-around architect of social solutions, he is also the curator of Men Thrive and chief dad of Journesy. Helping Black dads to turn our journey into a legacy for our children, Jeff is going to lead our panel and manage these racially driven stressors and also the Q&A to follow.
Jeff Johnson.
We may need to go to a break. Jeff Johnson is not on as of yet.
Okay, so why don't we do that? Let me get in touch with Jeff. Let me see what happened. Want to take a little break, Stephen?
We'll take a little break. We'll take a 5-minute breather and we'll come back. The time right now is 1:15. We'll come back at 1:20. 1:15 Eastern Standard Time. So we'll be back at 1:20.
Hello, hello.
See. Jeff, are you on my phone? No, he's not on my phone. You're on my phone. Oh my God, did we lose him again?
No,
he's
can
here.
you hear me?
Susan, he's here.
Oh, okay, okay. You have technical problems, Jeff?
So my community just lost power and I was outside connecting my system to the generator.
Oh my Lord.
Mm.
You have skills, huh?
Man, listen, you can't trust white people for nothing.
Come on. You gotta have our own power company. We're working.
You got to. So I apologize. How is everybody?
Good.
Oh,
We
well.
needed a break. We needed a little break. Welcome. Stephen, how many more minutes before we begin?
We're good right now, 120. Welcome, Brother Jeff.
Good.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. No. Okay.
Susan, we can't see you.
Yeah, I know. I'm working my way back here. Got me? Hold on. Hold on. Okay. I don't know what happened here with me and the screen.
You're good, Susan.
Yeah, I'm just trying to go full screen. No, I want to go to gallery view. Okay, great. All righty. So Jeff is like the everything. He can do it all. He had a little power failure in his community, if you didn't hear that. So he was outside hooking up your electricity to a generator that is where, Jeff?
Right outside the office door, my home office door.
You're not taking any chances, right?
No, I can't.
Stephen, leaving it to you.
Look, can we just focus on that shirt first? I mean, brother, we gave you a great welcome. The floor is yours. We're so glad that you're here. And this is what it's all about, right? We're not going to make this is a stress-free zone. So we're just going to take a deep breath. We're glad to have you. We honor you. And the floor is yours, brother.
Thank you so much. And I really do appreciate, Stephen, you acknowledging the shirt. My dear brother Carlton runs a company called Black Men Smile. And this Black Joy is Revolutionary shirt I just thought was perfect for our conversation today. And Susan, I'm so thankful for the invitation, for your now decades of friendship and support to my family, to my wife, to my mother. And the tribe and community that we have is so much a part of our ability to do what we're talking about today. And I have the blessing of navigating really more of an introduction to three just really not only brilliant, but committed and in tuned brothers and sisters who are, I think, just incredibly cognizant of the fact that we don't have to be debilitated by the reality of what so many of you have already talked about this morning and this afternoon, that there's an opportunity for us to really inoculate ourselves, if you will, to the stress. I had a conversation with a business partner just yesterday, and she said if the images that I was dealing with on a regular basis through social media and the news weren't enough, she said, I'm constantly dealing with she said, I could deal with the aggressions more than I can deal with the palpability of white folks' ignorance. And I'm constantly forced to bear the pressure of their ignorance versus them acknowledging their work. And that's in the best of circumstances. And so I'm excited about this panel being able to share with us not only some of their work, but in a real way, tactics and tools and opportunities for us as a people to really believe in the opportunity to overcome on the other side of coping. And so I'll introduce each one of them individually as you all of you have Google, and so you can read their expansive resumes. But at this point, Tyson Lee Williams is the Chief Development Officer for America's Promise Alliance and the chair of the nonprofit Alliance Foundation. And what I'm most excited about, and I've heard her present before, is really this opportunity to deal with healing and the workplace, what I just talked about, and almost being able to enter into places with a level of power that previously we've entered with a level of anxiety and hesitation. And so, Sister Williams, the floor is all yours.
Jeff, thank you. I really appreciate the warm welcome. And I too want to extend gratitude to the incomparable and invaluable Auntie Susan Taylor. So thank you for the many ways in which you lift up Black people, our children, and ourselves. So thank you. You know, I've been wrestling with this, and I just want to enter our conversation wrapped in some truth and transparency. As I begin to give thought to how you center what it means to work and be Black, I was drawn to the realization that workplace discrimination is illegal, yet not invisible. And so in 1964, legislation was passed and it became illegal to discriminate against someone on the basis of race, color, religion, national origin, or sex. Yet working while Black requires us to not only step into places and spaces where the discrimination is illegal and yet visible. I think it is a requirement when you are working while Black to bring an uncommon level of consciousness. Working while Black demands an acute awareness and a rapid responsiveness. You see, the awareness comes into place because we have to deal with people, predicaments, and unprincipled practices. I think y'all know what I'm talking about when I say unprincipled practices. You know, it's the meeting before the meeting that you didn't get clued into. It's the gatherings after the meetings, the golf tournaments, the dinners, the cocktails, where the real work is not only discussed, but where it is decided. And oftentimes we as Black people, even when we hold authority, we are not invited into the intimate places and spaces where decisions are made. I don't know about you all, but I really appreciated Nurse Meady helping me to settle into the rise and fall of my chest, because I am so overwhelmed with what I consider to be the pathetic perceived sense of authority. We're given this perceived authority, and it's often sprinkled with what I call lackluster appreciation. And it's often inadequate acknowledgments of our contributions. And in the event you don't know what I'm talking about, let me interject some data. Last year, there was a national survey done. It was a diversity and inclusion survey, and it revealed that 61% of those of us that identify as Black, that we have experienced workplace discrimination, either personally or we've witnessed it. And the content writer of that survey, she shared something within white dominant culture that we all already knew. And that is that African American workers are more likely to say that racism and discrimination is a problem. And she added that it's because we are often noticing microaggressions and we see the less overt actions of prejudice, such as small comments, gestures, or actions. When we are working while Black, it requires us to be ready, not to get ready. And the mere fact that you are here today is reflective of the fact that you recognize the need to identify healthy coping mechanisms. You understand the importance of self-preservation, and you possess a deep desire to not only understand your legal right to work in an environment free of discrimination, but you also understand the moral rights tied and connected to that. I want to spend just 2 minutes talking about responsiveness. So when I referenced earlier that when you are working while Black, you've got the awareness, and then you've got an opportunity to be responsive. And it is the responsiveness that I hope we can center our collective thinking and drive our individual action. With the responsiveness, I really want to introduce a reaction. And it is my hope that each of you, as you're listening and learning, that you will craft an individual formula for fortitude. And let me break down what I mean by fortitude. My teacher, Dr. Maya Angelou, when she would teach, would often say to us, you can't just introduce words without connecting people to meaning. And many of the presenters today have already done that. But when I speak to fortitude, fortitude is the strength of mind that enables a person to encounter danger, bear pain or adversity, and to do that with courage. And so as you think about your individual formula for fortitude, I want to introduce some foundational fundamentals for you to build your formula upon. You see, I grew up in the Deep South. I was born in 1975 in Birmingham, Alabama. And my mama, as I affectionately call her, was a math teacher. And mama would introduce principles to influence the practices that I would adopt. And there are 3 fundamental things that I want to leave with you today. One is what it means to be equal. As you begin to give thought to this formula for fortitude, I want you to identify as an equal. We've been speaking a lot about the racial and cultural identities that rest within us. Many identities are not only seen, but some are also unseen. As you identify as an equal, I want you to understand that there is a variance between being greater than, less than, and being equal to. White dominant culture leads us to think that we are less than. We know that we are actually greater than, in many instances, superior to. As you give thought to your formula for fortitude, I want you to remember that equality comes into play as it pertains to your rights. You have the same exact right to work free of discrimination as those who do not have to contend with the blessing and the burden tied to our identities. There are 2 other things that I want you to ponder and reflect on. I want you to understand the power of subtraction. You may remember when you were introduced to simple math, you learned what it means to subtract. As you give thought to what you are wrestling with within your workplaces, I hope you will give yourself permission and activate your power to subtract yourself out of situations and circumstances that do not add value to you and that do not enable you to be your best self. Seize the power of subtraction. The third mathematical principle is super simple. It is activating the healing power of addition. Nurse Meady beautifully demonstrated how we can add to our practices, meditation. Only you know what you need in order to succeed. And so separate and apart from what's being given and granted within your workplaces and spaces, I hope that you will recognize and know that you have the unique ability to add in healing powers. I'm going to end, Jeff, and turn things back over to you because we've got some other interesting folks that I want to invite in. But I want to end in saying that whatever your formula for fortitude is, it must involve courage. After all, fortitude is the strength of mind that will enable you to encounter danger, to bear pain and adversity with courage. Dr. Angelou would say that courage is the most important of all the virtues, because without courage, you can't practice any other virtue consistently. And you can only practice courage if you are willing to be consistent and constant. So Jeff, with that, I'm going to turn it back over to you so we can continue talking to and speaking on the ways in which we can detach from the often destructive manners that exist in our workplaces.
Tyson, thank you so much. And I'm really excited about coming back and having some conversation. Many of you may know that we're going to have some questions once all three of our presenters have shared. And so I'm going to get out of the way. Tyson, you killed that. And I think that we're going to elevate a whole lot. And one of the things I'd like for you to think about even before we come back is one of my boys and I regularly, we do a weekly check-in on ways we have reflected white supremacy to ourselves and to those in our space. And in one of our conversations, we were talking about our grandparents and our parents always talking about this notion of having to be twice as good. And we were wrestling, we understood the value proposition of that thinking, but we also ask the question, well, what if my twice as good, what if my twice as good is still their mediocre, me showing up? Why am I comparing myself to them at all? Why not just be dope? Why not just show up in your brilliance? Because the moment I begin to compare myself to them, I'm already risking showing up less than my greatest, because twice as good as them sometimes just is my rolling out the bed. So I want to deal with that as we think about how we're showing up and this notion of equal, because sometimes our equal is through the view of them being the bar. You with me? So I'm excited to hear you talking about this. I'm equally as excited for my brother Barry to come up. This brother is just, there are brothers who I learn about and I watch them not necessarily operate at the highest level of their intellectual gift, but operate at the highest level of their human gift. And there are people who we know that are brilliant, but still don't know how to see and connect with people. And I just watched this brother in such a beautiful way, not just in Chicago, but everywhere he shows up, be open enough to lead with himself, so that others are able to respond with themselves. And so, Brother Bari, the floor is yours, and it's such a pleasure to share this time with you.
Well, the pleasure is all mine. Appreciate that intro, Brother Jeff. And for this whole gathering, I'm so full today, man. This whole thing has just been incredible. So thank you for Brother Stephen, Mama Susan. I'm just filled right now. And you know, I appreciate the accolades. I appreciate the intro. I'm reminded very keenly right now in this moment that it's really not because of me. I'm very much a product, right? I got to give honor to my mother and my father. I wouldn't know Susan Taylor. I wasn't subscribing to Essences when I was a kid. I was reading what's in my house. I was 13 when In the Spirit came out. It was just the books that were surrounding me. My father had us celebrating Kwanzaa before I could speak, right? So I come from a community of people that poured into me, which is the power of mentoring. I'm really honored to be in a space where we're talking about the transmission of culture, generation to generation, starting at the beginning of human perception, right? So that's the power that we have. This is sacred space, whether we in person or not, we connected in ways that are just astounding to me. And I'm just filled with, honor and privilege and inspiration today. I think a lot about what it means to have endured the centuries of trauma we've experienced. And we talk more in the social sciences about the ways that those traumas have been embedded in our bones. Mama Susan said, we got sadness in our bones. I had to shake on that, it hit me in a way. We talk about the epigenetic studies that show how we pass generations of trauma in our DNA, right? And that's true. We got to recognize that. We got to deal with that. At the same time, we also inherit genius. And this is that space where we invoke the collective genius, not just by the brilliance of the people that are here, but the ancestral lineages that we also collect when we gather like this. That's what makes this space so powerful for me. And in that space, I'm confident we could do absolutely anything. We could solve all of these problems. Right now, this group of people in this room could solve all of these problems. And so I'm inspired by that. I'm encouraged by that. I was asked to speak specifically about the role of masculinity in this conversation. I got a moment. I never got to thank you, Jeff, for a transformative moment for me in my development as a man. It was a moment a couple of years ago. I was in the audience at Harpo Studios for a live taping of Iyanla Vanzant show, and you were invited to be a guest. And there's something you said that it changed the trajectory of my life. And I start with this just because I think that is the work of men's work. That is the task of mentoring, that we gather, we share our insights, we do deep interrogation, and then we create space where we can articulate that so that other brothers can evolve, can be seen, can be heard. And something you said, you weren't talking to me, but you were talking to me, right? It was a moment when Iyanla Vanzant was speaking about addiction to sex. It was a show about a man that had a bunch of babies and a bunch of baby mamas, right? And you challenged that description of addiction to sex, and you expanded that to this idea of addiction to intimacy, and you described what that meant, and you described that distinction. And she pushed back. You're like, no, I think this is about sex. You said no. You invited me as the man to speak on my insights, my reflection, and I'm going to share what my experience was with that. And I'm in the audience watching that process. I'm like, man, this is exactly it. It's addiction to intimacy. This is my life. This is my experience. This is my demon. This is my, right? And so having that moment and having another brother articulate that just allowed me to expand my notions of my own manhood in ways that would not have happened otherwise. I would have stayed at a surface level of understanding the obvious, right? But I think that's the work. How do we reinterrogate? How do we investigate? How do we deep dive into every single thing that we talk about what a man is, what a man does, what that looks like? It's hard to do in English. We talk about the traumas of enslavement. Every single moment of this conversation is a vestige of that trauma. I cannot look at my last name and think about the badge of shame that means for me. People call me Dr. Cartman with pride. I hear it with embarrassment, right? The time, space, today's Saturday, for example. I can't say the name Saturday of today without evoking a small prayer to the Roman god Saturn. It's inescapable until we do what you did to get on this call, to not be dependent on their power source, their definitions, to disconnect and reconnect our own generators. And culture is that for me. What is our own power source? How do we dig that? How do we restore that? How do we revive our memory and make that the practice of what it means to define what it means to be human? In my work as a psychologist, I had to do that. I got a degree in white psychology very clearly. My expertise was limited by the mediocrity of the studies of the founders of this field. I had to learn it, play the game, write the papers, get the little things, and then come away and disconnect from that to do real healing for my people. It's a constant, everyday reinterrogation, reinvention, and we do that for ourselves so that when we are in relationship, in community with our brothers, we can help them, and not by you know, I do a lot of work with young boys. I was in a conversation yesterday. 15-year-old boys, these are the shooters, they causing a havoc. And, you know, I can go in there, he came in high, clearly high, right? And so we're very careful. And that's, you know, you welcome into space. I'm not going to reject you just like everybody else did, but let's deal with this. Let's talk about it. And he's very clearly, he's like, I'm a grown ass man. Like I do what I want, when I want. And that's how he defined what grown man meant to him. And I'm like, I hear you, bro. And that was important. Like I hear you, bro. That's not like a flippant thing. I hear you, bro. I really deeply understand what you mean by that. How that was shaped or crafted by your environment, and how that was crafted by context of generational harm. I hear you. And let me offer us an expanded definition, another notion of what it means to be a grown man. Let me just add a sprinkle, another seed to that, because your grown manness has caused harm for you, your family, and your community. I would submit that maybe there's a notion of grown manness that has more to do with adding value, the creating real safety, to not posturing power, to redefining what strength means, to understand toxic masculinity is inherited by a toxic community and culture. It's not your fault. I'm not going to throw you away. You're not disposable. You're not broken. Ain't nothing wrong with you. You've been damaged and harmed. And as much as you got harm in your DNA, you got brilliance in your DNA. How do we evoke that? What are the conditions that we can create? What are the rituals? What are the sacred spaces that we can conjure up to invoke that is in you that maybe you're not aware of? Why not? I know why you're not aware of that. I know what your life is like. So when I say I hear you, I get that. None of that can happen if we're not in the room together. That can't happen on Facebook. That can't happen when I'm driving by, wagging my finger, telling them to pull their pants up. It has to happen in a relationship, sitting face to face. And then when I say that, he's like, okay, what's your definition of a man? And that's when you got him. That's because he was eating. That's because he's in a safe room. That's because I waited for the hour and a half that he was late for the session. And I ain't judge him for not being there. Like, just because I'm patient, in conversation, in relationship with deep care for his well-being. And he felt that, right? That's the work of manhood. We can't, you know, I love the, you know, the blog sphere. I love the think pieces, but it's the actual relationships with young men, with other men in community to do that deep interrogation. If we're not doing that, then they're going to keep winning. We're going to keep cycling. We're going to keep spinning our wheels. And there's an urgency to this moment where I'm in Chicago and, you know, people seeing what's going on in Chicago. And it's really, in some ways, it's not as bad. In other ways, it's worse than it seems. We talking about Masood's and Brother Stephen about the suicide rates. We saw 97 suicides in Black in the county last 2020. And the overlapping pandemics crushed some of us. What does that mean for us as the healers, right? We now, as the psychologists, as the Association of Black Psychologists, are keenly aware that this is our problem to deal with. And we can't let the police, we can't let the aldermen, this is our problem to deal with. And what I know, because of my relationship with these boys, is that suicide is wrapped up in a culture and a framework and an understanding of beingness that they have no reprieve from, that we are not able to interrupt. I start with this transmission of culture, and the reason I listen to the music I listen to, the things I love to do, from drumming to photography to reading, all that stuff, I can point to the cultural transmitters in my house and my community. Right now, we disconnected from our young people, and have allowed technology to move faster than the social fabrics of our communities, where now the corporations got direct access to their brains because they put earphones in and they can stay scrolling constantly. We got to break that up, interrupt it, so that we can do this work of providing principles of manhood, of values, and doing it beyond the superficial. It's not about what they look like or what they're wearing or what they dress. What does it mean to be a man beyond your size, beyond your height, beyond the beard? What is the internal characteristics of manhood? And they're gonna be different in different contexts, but we gotta have some base level common agreements to that. And we gotta be in space where we do that. And that's the work. And some of it, because of the limitations of the language, some of it we can't even talk through. We got drum circles. Sometimes we're doing yoga. Some of the trauma we gotta sweat out, right? So there's layers on layers of this work, and it's urgent. And what the boys are telling me is that the chaos we're saying is inherent to this very principle. They don't want to be alive no more, right? We're talking suicide, not by lynchings and hangings. We're saying these boys are telling me, I don't want to be here, so I walk a couple blocks over to my op neighborhood where I know as soon as they see me, it's going to be a gunfight. We got homicide rates that are hiding suicide rates that are couched in this lack of desire and wills to live, that we as the community have got to do something about urgently. And it's in these spaces where we come up with the ideas and then have that clarity and then make that practice and then organize that. We getting out strategized by white people. We ain't getting out smarted, we getting out strategized. We got all the answers, we got all the tools, we got all the power, we got to enact it, organize it, mobilize it, do it with urgency, and our young people will continue to show us that our lack, our inability to do so, our own squabbles, our own deficiencies, they will mirror that in a greater amount of pain and chaos the longer we wait. And so I'm encouraged to be amongst folks that are not sitting around twittering about this or watching it from the sidelines. I'm encouraged to be amongst folks that are doing this work. We got to do it with more effectiveness, efficiency, strategy, and connection to the divine power that we all have inside of us. That's what I learned from Mama Susan when I'm 13, right? She put me on that path to understand what do we belong to beyond just the service, the day-to-day. And that power has motivated me, has guided me. And I think that we can overcome, conquer, restore everything that we're talking about as a problem, create solutions inside of what we already have. And I think we can do it right now if we decided to. And I'm encouraged by that. Thank y'all for being here. Thank y'all for the invitation. I'm filled, I'm ready, and let's get to work.
Man, Brother Obar, Dr. Cartman, appreciate you. Similarly, I'd love for you to think about something, and that is, I launched about a year ago a community called Men Thrive. And our goal singularly is increasing the life expectancy of Black men by reducing stress and anxiety, by creating communities of accountability, and by putting brothers in a space where they can set and achieve aspirations, not goals, aspirations. And over the last year, I had a conversation with a brother who incredibly self-aware, probably one of the honest things a brother said to me in this last year, specifically in this work. And he was like, look, Jeff, I could get therapy and I know that it would probably help me. But I just don't want shit to get worse because healing will hurt too much. And I just want to talk to you about this notion for us as men in particular, how we have so embraced an identity, going back to something Tysley said, an identity of inhumanity that is aspirational to us. So I can't feel, I can't laugh too loud because then I look goofy. I can't be excited because I got to act like I've been there before. I can't feel because then make me look like a punk. All of the things that actually make me human, I have said are not value propositions. And so I want to talk to you a little bit about that as we start talking about solutions. And that's just not our boys, because we know that as Black women get older, they become more communal. As Black men get older, they become more isolated. And that isolation also adds to taking years off our life. My grandfather committed suicide in his late 60s. And I did not know about it until I was 25, because the family didn't tell anybody. I'm 46 and a year ago had a conversation with my cousin. She didn't know that he had committed suicide. And so there's this reality of not only a dehumanization of us as men, but also sometimes even in our families, an inability to have the conversation that elevates our own humanity. So I know that was a lot, brother, but you raised so much, and I hope we can go there a little bit, even as some of the other brothers and sisters on have some questions. Our last speaker, before we go into those questions, is Linda Guler Blount, and she's president and CEO of Black Women in Health Imperative. And I looked at something of hers just around this notion of stress. And I think we hear the word stress all the time. And in many ways, we contextualize what it means, but we don't have full clarity on the multiple manifestations of how it shows up, and even some of our martyred identity inviting stress, feeding stress. And so I'm really excited as Sister Blount comes in and shares with us, one, not only the acknowledgement of stress and the ways it shows up, but really being revolutionary in how we approach it. Sister, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Brother Jeff, for your work, for your words, for your passion. And Sister Susan, I just can't thank you enough. And to thank you for being a friend and sister to the Black Women's Health Imperative for all these years. I was actually talking to Billy Avery today and remembering you fondly. So thank you for your work and for this invitation. These are, times like we've never seen before. I know you all know. There's only been one national organization focused on Black women's health for 39 years, and it's us. And that is scary to me to think that there's only ever been one. But when you think about it, it sort of makes sense given what we see happening right now and where value is being placed and where it isn't. And we've all been under stress. And our focus has been to try to help Black women be as healthy as they can, resources, tools, programs, strategies. But we've got to focus on that one area. A few years ago, when I started, we conducted a study. We asked Black women to define health. We've surveyed close to 5,000 Black women. And we just said it was qualitative. We said, give us words and phrases, whatever health means to you. So about 80 to 85% of the words and phrases Black women used to define health were psychosocial. I'm calm, I'm at peace, I'm in control. About 15% of the words and phrases Black women used to define health were financial. I can keep a roof over my head, I can take care of my kids. Only about 5% of the words and phrases Black women used to define health had anything to do with physical health or disease state. So what I heard was Black women were saying, if I can get my mind right and my spirit right and my money right, I can take care of everything else. So it's not that we don't care about diabetes or breast cancer. It's just that that's not the most important thing for us because of what we have to face day in and day out, what we call our lived experiences. So stress is the #1 health issue for Black women as defined by them. And it's borne out in the science. There's plenty of studies. And we know, in fact, that Black women have on average about 15% more cortisol in their bloodstream than white women, the stress hormone that we heard about earlier. And so when I think about what it means now to be a Black woman in the workplace, I get really concerned. And I'm going to say something that may make some people mad, but for some people, you'll probably understand. Black women work hard. We all know that. But Black women work on average about 20% more and 20% harder than white women. And that's because we feel that we've got to check our work and recheck our work and recheck our work because we're afraid to make a mistake because we're afraid of what might happen because we are not empowered. And so that when I say I'm going to make you mad, what I mean by that is there is absolutely no benefit to our hard work. There's no greater earnings per share. There's no cost reduction. There's no greater productivity. There's no pay raise. There's no promotion. The only thing that happens is it takes its toll on our health. And honestly, the researchers have shown that if Black women were to stop doing that, nobody would notice. So I'm not saying everybody go out and work a 4-day week, but we do all this work because we think we have to, not because it's required, and it takes its toll on us. So the byproducts we see are elevated maternal and infant mortality. You know, we like to think in research and epidemiology that these things are all because of poverty. Well, Black women with highly educated Black women, high place positions, director, VP, high income earning Black women have maternal mortality rates worse than white women without an 8th grade education. We've got 3 to 4 times the maternal and infant mortality rate of white women. So this is not an issue of poverty. This is an issue of stress and who has power and who has access and who doesn't. And we know that racism has been in the research going back 30 years. Nobody talks about it, but for 30 years, causally related to our increased inflammatory response and metabolic response. That's what cortisol does. It literally is harming telomeres at the end of our DNA. So we know that much of why we have elevated diabetes rates, hypertension, cardiovascular disease is due to racially and gender mediated stress. We lose 100,000 Black lives every year from preventable causes because of racism and gender discrimination. So the last piece to this that I want to mention is, you know, in this workplace, we've done studies, and unfortunately, the studies have shown that Black women in high positions, when surveyed, they said, look, if you've got a sister in a up and coming management role, and you hear some rumblings, some not so positive comments about her, would you let her know in order for her to help herself and help her improve her likelihood of promotion in the workplace? 30% of Black women said no, they wouldn't. So I just want to say to all of us, it's not healthy for us to be the only. We need to help each other. Last year, we discovered 3 things apparently: that health disparities exist, that racism exists, and that they're related. That's what COVID-19 taught us. I countless numbers of white colleagues say to me, oh, I had no idea. Really, racism, health disparities? Like, I don't know where they've been. But the problem with what we see right now, particularly in the workplace, is every Black person in corporate America has suddenly become the diversity expert.
Mm-hmm.
You know, white colleagues are saying, well, what do I do? Could you come talk to my group? You know, can you help us with the right kind of language? Like, people who have nothing to do with diversity, equity, and inclusion, it can, no matter what your job is, suddenly now you need to come talk to white people to help them understand how they should feel. And everybody's hiring chief diversity officers. Well, diversity is the new Black woman, because what corporations have decided to do is to hire more Black women and not hire Black men, because they view hiring Black women as safer somehow than hiring Black men. And we all know that for 400 years, Black men have been perceived as threatening, and it still plays out. In medicine, 30% of physicians still believe Black men don't feel pain as much as white men. We saw David Bell die in the parking lot of the hospital after having turned away 3 times with COVID-19 symptoms. There is no such thing for a Black man as a routine traffic stop, because we don't know what's going to happen if the police stop him. The changes in the US demographics are sort of at the heart of this, because people are threatened. In 20 years, the average adult will not be white. So this has implications that we see that are destabilizing male-female partnerships, Black families, Black communities. More and more families, in fact, the majority of families are headed now by a single woman breadwinner. But the message to Black men, as we've heard, is that you're not good enough. And this stress brings out what we call toxic masculinity. We saw last year during COVID-19, the height of it, intimate partner violence rates dramatically increase. Because when you are powerless, there's no place to put that energy and that rage. Because in this society, money and how much you make are really the final arbiter of your worth. And for 400 years, the system, the society has been organized to keep us from being worth very much. So at the Black Women's Health Imperative, we're launching an anti-racism effort, which my hope is so people can't say anymore, I had no idea. And when I say major, I mean Wall Street Journal, New York Times, Washington Post, TV. We're going to do what you never see Black nonprofits do. We're going to speak directly to the people whose hands are on the levers of power, to those folks who all last year had their little anti-racism statements on their website to say, what does that mean? Here's the lived experience of Black women and men. Here's what this means for their health. Here's your statement. Now we've given you the facts. You can no longer say you had no idea. You can no longer say I didn't know, but we can hold you to account since you took the time to put these statements on your website and to tell us about your commitment to anti-racism because you hired a Black woman to be your new Chief Diversity Officer. So I just want to end with sort of things we can do. A dear friend of mine says all the time, we can choose to look at people through the lens of the problem, or we can look at the problems through the lens of people. I choose to look at problems through the lens of people. I choose to start with what it means to be a Black woman in this society in this time, what it means to be a Black person, and use that to frame my language, our imagery, our programs, anything we do in service of Black women's health. Society and those whose hands are on the levers of power have chosen to view us as the problem. I mean, I can't tell you how many times in my field I've had people say, well, if they would only, then they wouldn't have. So obesity, diabetes, heart disease, cancer, it's all our fault. They can't see how society is organized to contribute to our increased risk for all of these diseases. But we, as Black women, can choose balance over illness. The chief diversity officers and chief health equity officers are great. It's a great start. But as you know, those jobs are one person, no budget, no staff. So really, what do these organizations expect that person to do? We can choose balance. And we've heard this several times. As Nurse Meady said, we can breathe. Simple breathing technique, 5-7-9, breathe in for 5 beats, hold for 7, breathe out for 9, literally lowers your cortisol level in your blood. We as Black women can accept that our work is just fine, more than good enough, in fact, so that we don't need to check and recheck our work so that we can take the burden off ourselves. We as Black women can stop when we feel our shoulders tighten or feel that pressure in our backs or that dull ache in our heads. We can literally stop and do something else. And we as Black women can realize the divine, that we are valuable and worthy because we did one thing this morning. We woke up. Thank you, Jeff.
Thank you so much. I'm going to dive immediately in and again say thank you again to our speakers, just for the way in which you shared, in addition to what you've shared. But Tyson, I want to come back to you. You said something interesting, and you talked about this notion of kind of knowing you. I'm curious about what's the litmus for leaving?
Yes.
Because there's a difference between being courageous enough to fight and conscientious enough to have identity within that fight. But there's a point when it's like, hell no, like I'm losing myself in the midst of this. And so is there a litmus for leaving? So we're actually not self-deprecating in the process of seeking identity and having a level of courageousness?
Yes, Jeff, I think there is. I think what I have felt as I've aged is that I've had clarity around what a career is intended to do and what it's not intended to do. And if I'm gaining compensation in exchange for losing my sense of self, that is not what I'm signing up for. And so for me, growing up in the 70s and 80s, there was so much about the racist world in which we live that I just have accepted, right? I'm numb to it. I don't even realize and recognize when it shows up because we've dealt with it for so long. But I've gotten to a place, Jeff, for me, I replay my day at the office. And if the audio and the video does not match, then that is an indication to me that I need to be in pursuit of something else. And the other thing, Jeff, that I think is critically important about should I leave, should I go, should I stay? When we began talking about the brilliance of your t-shirt, I think it is so critically important for us as Black people to see work and the ability to be compensated outside of having to parachute in to white dominant situations. It is important for all of us to support Black businesses. It is important for us to say, wow, if I've got a skill and a talent that I can get a job doing, I can likely take this skill and take this talent and become an entrepreneur. And so as we begin to think through, like, how do we subtract ourselves out of situations and circumstances, be mindful that we have options. We have avenues, we have freedoms that have not always been afforded to us. And so when we think about that activation of courage, it isn't just how do I find another job, but how do I use my power and my privilege to create spaces and places where I can create cultural norms that lift up Black people, where I can hire Black people, where I can forge opportunities not only for me, but other people outside of our community.
And there are a couple of questions that kind of align to this, right? There's a question that talks a little bit about kind of our historic quest to be acknowledged by white folks. And as a result of that, abandoning whether it's our own businesses or our own communities in the name of that fulfilling. And we understand that that's a psychosis, right? That in many cases, that was not something that we consciously said, this is going to be better for us. We subconsciously felt that kind of access was going to give us more. My question is, in this moment, as you talked about that, is there a way to assess that? Because when I see some of us assessing the value proposition of a corporate leverage versus entrepreneurial freedom, it's not often through the end of a legacy proposition, but through the lens of a comfortable path. And so how are we dealing with the necessary tension of battle and understanding the difference between the battle that my call requires, right? Because there are times when we just gonna get beat up, whether we with Black folks or with white folks. I worked for the NAACP, and I can tell you I felt as beat up with Black folks as time as I felt beat up with white folks. It was a different bat that was being used in a different way, but I felt beat up. And so if the beat up part was my litmus for leaving or staying, I could have been confused. But there's a legacy calling for us. And how do you process this notion of leveraging white battles for legacy Black development and the utilization of Black genius to create Black efficacy and agency?
Wow, that's a whole word. That is a whole word. Jeff, that's real. That is the dilemma, right? That is what we're trying to solve for. I think for me, I will say, I have felt a need to step into white dominant spaces because I know the sacrifices of my ancestors to create the pathway. And it is almost like because of that, what I now do is I pronounce my Blackness in ways that I didn't as a younger exec. And so what I mean by that is I have expectations as a Black person that when I go to HR and I like sign all of my paperwork, that if it literally and legally says the workplace should not discriminate, I'm calling people out on it, right? I'm calling people out and saying, look, this set of principles is what you are espousing to be the reality. I am calling you out on the fact that what you are proposing to present is different than what it actually is. And that is where the courage comes in, Jeff. And it's also hard because I think we all know about backlash, and you want to be viewed as someone who is loyal to the corporate brand, because the last thing you want to be deemed as is someone who is disloyal, because disloyal execs cannot protect the interest of the company. And if you cannot protect the interest of the company, you are not going to have a seat at the highest table. And so, Jeff, it's just, I don't have an answer, but what I have began doing is literally introducing principles and speaking to whether or not the principle is being upheld or whether or not the principle is not being upheld. And I'm not necessarily just having internal water cooler conversations, right?
Yep.
I'm like, let's talk on Twitter. Like, I'm using my personal privilege to have conversations and to bring attention to things in ways that are respectful. But I am no longer fearful. If the worst thing that happens to me is that I don't have a job, then I at least can leave that job with my dignity and my integrity.
Let me build on that, and Linda, I'm going to pull you in on this because, and if you give me just 2 seconds, I'm actually going to reduce my closing time so we can have a more robust conversation. My father was part of the 1980s middle management growth era, where some of the Black men that are now CEOs began to have opportunity through this middle space that, not a lot of us made it out of. And after over a decade, senior vice president of HR and head of affirmative action, the University of Cincinnati, who was under a dissent decree at the time for hiring, was audited. And the legal counsel falsified numbers for my father to sign off on, enticely, because now we got this Negro who's committed to the brand. Well, my father then filed an obstruction suit against them for falsifying numbers, was fired for now incompetence after multiple raises. And literally 7 years later, the case was kicked back from the US Supreme Court to the Sixth Circuit Court, where the judge hearing the case was not only an alum of the university, but a former associate of the law firm representing the university, didn't recuse herself. And then Dad had to settle because she also had a history of reducing jury awards in settlement cases. So what a lot of people are asking here when we're talking about being a Black exec or a Black employee who's speaking up, the question that I want to set up for you is, to what end? Because Tyson Lee talked about what we are lifting as the goal, and most DEI is about programs. It's not about transformation. My firm does DEI work, and I literally over the last 5 months have turned down 75 clients because they don't want to do equity. And so if you aren't willing to make DEI part of your DNA, then you're full of it. And if you don't integrate it into the core business practice, if we're not talking about equity through the lens of talent, acquisition, retention, evolution, even to the governance level, if we're not talking about procurement, I literally, and some of you all are going to be offended by this, I know it. I literally started to get a shirt made that said equity equals pay niggas. Like, because at the end of the day, y'all don't get it. This is not about how we have, I don't care if you value Black people. I care if we have power and safety. And so how with the folks that we have on this line who are talking about how do I advocate for myself? How do I speak up and not worry about retribution? This is also about what is the ecosystem in which you're speaking up? Because if there is not a corporate driven value proposition for DEI, then we're literally asking people to like us. How do we navigate that, sis? I mean,
Yeah, I know you have hit the nail on the head, and I, when you were talking about DEI's programs, the thought that came to me is DEI, food, folks, and fun. It's International Day. Everybody bring their country's dish. Because in these roles, going back to when they began, what really in earnest 15 or so years ago, 20 years ago, again, it's just a person. We can put his or her picture on our brochure or on the website and say, look, see, we got one. But this is where I have a little glimmer of hope, because they've tipped their hand with the tragic murder of George Floyd and Breonna Taylor and so many others. Everybody had made their statements, put them on their website, put them on social media, wanted the world to know we are anti-racist. We absolutely are against racism. We abhor, we don't tolerate it. Every major corporation. So great, because that lives forever. So now when you're inside, you get to refer back to that statement. Oh, look, when you made that statement.
Linda, how do we deal? Because I want to be with you right there, but how do we deal with that cop out? Because I literally said to a CEO yesterday, stop saying anti-racist, because anti-racist just says what you're not. It doesn't say what you are.
Right. But this gives us the opportunity to say, now, what does that mean? What are you putting in place that has what kind of measures and metrics and to your point, business drivers to show what anti-racism means to you? And to Tysley's point, yes, there'll be a risk, sure, for bringing that up, but as was the case with your father, there may be less of that because the whole world is watching now. So when that person says, okay, but I was just trying to get my manager to explain to me what we were doing to show that we were anti-racist, and now I'm fired, this becomes a more difficult kind of argument to take place in courts. And it's going to happen, we're going to see it, but the rest of us get to keep coming back to, but what does that mean? What are you doing? What are you doing differently? How much are you investing in being racist? What are you hoping to accomplish? How do you know you're making progress? What are your metrics? What are your markers? We get to just be incessant, relentless about having that conversation, and then say, and oh, by the way, here's some things you can do, because this is going to become a policy. And I'll just finish with this. With this whole DEI thing, I don't care how you feel. I care about how you behave. You can be a racist all day long. You just can't do it around me in the office environment. You cannot act on it. I don't care how you feel. So what we're going to have to do is legislate behavior in corporations, in society, but we've got to let folks know this is the behavior that needs to be seen. And it's not our job to do it. We can't fix it, but we can say, this is what the behavior looks like.
And Linda, I'm gonna be very honest with you. You talked about kind of hierarchy earlier when we talked about where women are and with health versus other things. I don't know. And are we getting feedback? I'm hearing feedback on someone's line. I care less about your behavior than your spend. Well, and listen, because what we're seeing is, and this actually goes to the value proposition of our identity. If you look at 90%, if not more, of the corporate statements that were made around support of Black lives, around the support of social justice, around the support of Black people, around allyship, the vast majority of it was elevated charity.
Sure. And
extended philanthropy, not poverty. And so if your behavior is still rooted in me being the beneficiary of your charity versus aligned as a partner, then the very identity that you all talked about, whether it's me seeing myself as equal or how I enter into the workplace, if I enter into the workplace as a partner that has the opportunity to have not only power and safety, but getting some money off the door. If I enter into the relationship, we had a client that was in Alabama, and this client had large parcels of land that they were making available to entrepreneurs only if they went through equity training. It was brilliant. So there were huge parcels of land that these white boys wanted to get access to. And so I go in this room, 15 entrepreneurs, all over the age of 70, all white men. And as soon as I walk in, they like, damn. And I'm like, listen, I know y'all don't want to be here. I know that 90% of you are sons of the Confederacy, and about the same percentage of you that never had anybody that looks like me at your house for dinner unless they were serving it. And the beauty is, I don't care. I just thought you was more capitalist than you were racist. And now they're looking at me crazy. And I've looked at your spreadsheets. 40% to 60% of your consumer base is people of color. And you got no people of color in senior management, no people of color in middle management, no people of color in your governance or your board, no people of color guiding your marketing, no people of color guiding your engagement, but you think you're going to increase market share or market differentiation? Now we're having a totally different discussion. And so a guy comes up to me right afterwards and says, hey, buddy, can I talk to you for a second? And I'm like, sure, man. I'm like, where are we going? He said, I love this stuff that you're talking about, man, but it's going to keep me up tonight because none of my guys know how to do any of that stuff you're talking about. He said, so can you come back down here in a couple of weeks and talk to my guys? I said, sure. Come back down 2 months later. And in a sense of intentional irony, me and 13 of his leaders have dinner at his house. And the goal was now, if we're going to start on an equity piece, this has to grant power to Black people. And the first place for us to do that is not you hiring one person. It's about you using this spend to reduce the wealth gap and increase Black wealth with this community. So we started with trucking, transportation, because of this company. And I said, the last thing you can do is you can't do equity procurement by making it the lowest 2% of your contracts and thinking that you did something. Right. I need you to reserve 2% of the top 10% of your contracts for people of color. And then I need you to be willing to do an incubator, because you're not going to come back to me and tell me none of these Black companies can compete for these highest pieces. So we did an opt-in joint venture with 15 Black trucking companies, where when the transportation RFP comes out, these individual companies have the ability to opt in with a joint venture and now compete. Within 6 months, we made 8 millionaires. Here's the point. 3 weeks ago, I get a call from this same guy. And he says, Jeff, you know William? I said, yeah, one of the brothers who owns a trucking company. He said, yeah, man. He said, now listen, I can't tell anybody else this. He said, this might be the smartest son of a bitch I've ever met in my life. This guy's got me making money all over the place. I got to fire 5 of my guys because they don't know what the hell they're talking about. And I said, yeah. He said, yeah, but I can't tell nobody. They'll kick me out the country club. And so I called William. This white boy has his son working for William. They've been playing golf for the last 2 months with each other. And a guy who I know was a racist has an entire opinion shifted about who we are as Black people, not because he had a personal awakening of morality, but because these boys just understand money. And if we create a value proposition with our gift, instead of trying to give away our gift for charity, then that shifts the corporate climate, because now middle management has equity-driven KPIs and performance evaluations and bonuses. So that behavior that you all talked about is now judged differently because it's part of an overall equity DNA challenge versus trying to make white people like us. And so I'm excited about what I hear you all saying, because I'm seeing it in practice in a real way with our clients. And again, it doesn't remove immediately our stress, but when we're coming to the table through a value partnership versus a help charity, it shifts who we are within the ecosystem.
And I'll just say real quickly, the work that we have done and that I've done in the past is about diversity, equity, inclusion as a revenue generator. It is a business imperative. It is not a, here, just give some folks some money. And we see it in healthcare all the time. And Jeff, to your point, yes, money absolutely made the difference, but also what happens is just being in proximity. You created an environment where these old boys had to have conversations with people they would never have given the time of day to in the past. And what did they discover? Oh, there's some stuff. I mean, I'm not the DEI person, but we got some stuff in common, and maybe it's money, and that's fine. But for this guy to come back to you and say, you know what, he's the smartest person, right? This is what I try to get researchers to do. Go to the scientific meetings of the National Medical Association or the Association of Black Cardiologists or the National Black Nurse Association. Submit abstracts, present at those scientific meetings, get to know other people who do exactly the same thing you do. And when that happens, suddenly clinical trials participation changes. Suddenly it's somehow they figure out how to get Black people into their clinical trials. Suddenly Black researchers get funded more. So some of this is just being in proximity. And I'll just kind of end this whole statement on, if we could actually eliminate racial segregation, we would actually eliminate all health disparities. And that is true. That's a scientific fact. So if we could just do what you did 1,000, 10,000 times, then we could really talk about some progress. So thank you for doing that.
And it also helps us get to the human part in a way that's less of a program that we feel obligated to do.
Right. We're not going to program our way out of this. We're not going to DEI our way out of racism. That's not the way it's going to happen. Yeah.
And to you all's point, and Doc, I want to come to you right now. This is a moment, you all. I mean, when I watch Wes Moore sitting with David Oliver talking about 0 to 90, we're the largest finance organization in the country, and Goldman Sachs is talking about reducing the wealth gap and investing in Black communities to increase Black wealth. They don't do that because they've got bigger hearts. They do that because they see the value proposition. And if we don't see the value proposition and aren't coaching each other and counseling each other and loving each other through the process of showing up to meet them there, then we're still going to miss it. Doc, I know we talked a lot about this corporate piece and kind of where we are in not only increasing our opportunity, but some of the strategy. I'm really interested because one of the things I'm most afraid of is I see brothers. We did a show called Man Cave on BT, and the goal was, how do we raise the level of complexity of Black men? And we kept being asked, so this is going to be the barbershop conversation? And I'm like, no, dog, because as much as there's a value proposition, cultural value proposition in the barbershop, we both know that the barbershop is where I'm honest about everybody but me. I'm not rolling in the barbershop like, yeah, y'all, listen, man, she hurt me. And I don't even know how I'm about to deal with this. Or I'm struggling this week, y'all. Like, little man, I don't even know what to do with him. What do y'all think? So I'm curious about, one, how you've approached the process of brothers creating circles of transparency and accountability.
Well, first, I'm so glad that there's folk like y'all doing these corporate arrangements, meetings, mergers. I can't do it. People that call me to do these diversity, I have no interest in spending any of my time trying to convince white people to do anything other than what they've been doing. So there needs to be folks doing that work. So I'm glad that brilliant folk like y'all are doing it and pushing the boundaries. In terms of where I am, in terms of like staying a little bit lower to the ground where the folk are, that question is really important. How do you do this work? And I learned pretty early, you can't put no flyer up, say, hey, brothers, come talk about your feelings. Ain't nobody gonna come to that. But they'll come to listen to music. They'll come for food. They'll come for drums. They'll come, if they feel like there's something they can get out of it. And it is really all about leading. The courage that has been spoken about earlier is really about us modeling ourselves how to be transparent, how to, and I say vulnerable sometimes. It's much more about being honest than vulnerable, because vulnerable still has this like weakness attached to it. But doing that self-work out loud is the best way. There's no other way than to demonstrate it and then invite others to see the benefits and value of that, whether it's for yourself or for your children. And then they just see it. They watch it. Well, okay, maybe they won't have the courage to come into the shop and do it out loud, but it will encourage them to do that on their own, which is better than not.
So one of the things I'm noticing is this really interesting relationship right now between Black men and women.
Mm-hmm.
And if you are rooted in any kind of social media in particular, the toxic nature of our cultural relationship is palpable.
Mm-hmm.
I'm wondering, as you are talking to brothers,
mm-hmm.
In particular, how are you navigating this notion that we need each other, and not through the lens of romance?
Mm-hmm.
So it's not about, did you connect with the right sister for this romance pre-partnership relationship? But how are we as men very intentional about seeing the value in our sisters disconnected from what they can do for us? To be able to build the relationships that creates them in our lives in a way that sometimes we never had, and adds a level of peace and context and insight that we're just not going to get from other brothers, not because it's inherently a bad thing, but because there's just power in platonic love. Is that ever something that you're dealing with? Because I feel like that's directly connected to our stress, our anxiety, the pressures of the romantic or the dominating relationship versus the one that is endearing and feeding. Am I making sense?
No, I think when you say the dominating relationship, I think that's the heart of it for me. Just back to this idea of power, where power rests and where we try to mimic what power looks like from a system that we have been kept away from power, and then try to find ways to recreate that, at least a sense of power in relationships where we feel the perception that the other counterpart is weaker. And it's all about this illusion, right? It's really about a creation, a construction of meaning that we try to get to the heart at, right? And for me, like I don't always lead with this, but for me, my conceptualization of it has to do with the structure of the universe and understanding like the divine feminine power in the design. And if we not aligned with that, we're gonna always complain and be spinning. We will never elevate as Black men beyond this state of like mediocrity until we align with a true honoring of not just the women as platonic counterparts or just our mothers, but like the spirit of the divine feminine power on the planet, on the universe, right? So I study indigenous cultures and spiritualities. Everybody other than the major sort of Western, the top three, everybody else has very clearly embedded in their cosmology that feminine power. And so it's that deep for me, right? But in terms of how to manifest, we got to wrestle for Black men with this dual reality we experience, where on the same time we recognize the downplay, the capitalism requires hierarchies, and so there's white over Black, there's man over woman, there's straight over. I mean, there's hierarchies, rich over poor, and we exist in this middle ground where one part of our identity is above and another part is below, and we wrestle with that. And because of that, because we're not really actually cultivating real power through breath, through collaboration, through compassion, like real power, we still just mimicking posturing, presentation, the show of power. We never really get to think about what does it mean to be connected genuinely with everybody, and particularly that which is the source of life. And if we don't get that, if we miss that, we gonna miss everything. We miss everything if we miss that.
I'm sorry, team. I need to jump in. I'm losing points as the manager of time, and this is a wellness gathering. We need to give people a break. But I'm gonna call y'all the all-star team because everybody's like, how do we bring them back? So just know we need you all to come back. This is a riveting conversation. I cannot stop taking notes. Brother Jeff, the fact that you went out and powered back up outside to get things going, it's just beautiful. So can we just wrap? We do have Mr. Blow waiting. We need to do a bio break to let people do what they need to do for 4 minutes, and then we'll come back. So A minute to wrap.
Brother, I'm sorry. I'm normally a better moderator than
No,
that.
it's all good, brother.
I
We
was
snapping
pulled
with you,
in.
man. We snapping.
I was pulled in. So let me say this. I mean, obviously, what I would love is if the three of you could put your contact information in the chat. One, so that people who aren't following you can follow you, whether that's on social media or direct contact, whatever you're most comfortable with. And then I just like to say thank you. I think that you know, Auntie Susan, you just know how to do it, and you just you know how to pull in the people with the right spirit, but you also know how to pull in the people whose spirit matches their work. And so I'm humbled. The only thing that I would say is please take at least one thing you've heard from not only this group but each presenter as your to-dos for the week. So often we are excited to states of euphoric inactivity. And we're like, that was the dopest thing I ever heard, or bars, or yes, or whatever. And then we don't connect to, well, what's my responsibility for being blessed with this information to manifest it in my own life? And so my prayer is that each of us would write down at least one thing from each presenter that we've been convicted to do, that we will plan to do over the course of this next week, and who your accountability partner will be, because you need to tell them you're going to do it. Who's going to check in on you within the next week to find out if you started that process. I think we owe that to the brilliant brothers and sisters who have shared their spirit and their knowledge, not just in this panel, but earlier today and later. So that would be my closing. Again, I would just say thank you for the time and for this beautiful panel. But yo, for a virtual joint, man, we just feeling the energy in the chat. And when you can feel the energy in the chat, you know there's a blessing, even though we're not able to see and feel each other. So thank you all so much. And I give up time that we stole.
You didn't steal anything, brother. It's shared time. It's all good. You among family.
Blessings.
Let's thank Brother Jeff again. Heart emojis, thumb up. Yes. That entire all-star cast. So we're going to take a 4-minute break. In that 4 minutes, you're going to see a minute video, which will give you some background information on how to follow CARES on our social media. It is now 2:42 Eastern Standard Time. So be back at 2:46 sharp, because we have Brother Charles Blow, who's going to woo us. And then we're going to continue and get you all out of here. Right? We do have some more amazing speakers coming right behind him as well.
One of the ways to continue this conversation and elevate the issues most important to our community is through social media. And so I want to take a moment to invite you to engage with us on the National CARES Mentoring Movement's 5 digital platforms. So like us on Facebook and follow us on Instagram, LinkedIn, Twitter, and YouTube. I'm Cicely Gay, and I can't wait to see you there.
Yes, ma'am.
My Lord, Jeff. You trying to talk to me, Steve? Need to talk to me? Did you need to talk to me, Steve?
No, that wasn't me.
It said the host would like to unmute you. It came to me, I thought. Okay. I'm going to call you. My Lord, Stephen.
You have the music.
Sherilyn, hadn't seen you before. Hi there. To see you. Okay, let me see. How many more minutes do we have, Steve?
We're ready to go.
We are?
As soon as, yep, as soon as Shanavia.
Okay, she's
What's
gonna
up?
stick for you. I have to stop eating my cashews.
We're among family, right?
Yeah, I don't want to see cashews in my big gap in my front teeth. Let's see. Shanavia, ready?
I'm ready.
Okay, you know, I wanted, before Stephen does the proper introduction, I wanted everybody to know that there was an amazing interview that you'll hear about because Stephen's going to introduce the phenomenal Charles Blow. And it was just one of the most profound exchanges I ever heard. And it was an hour long. So what I asked my husband to do was to edit it down so that we could fit it into this program. And you'll hear how we gained access to it. So Keffer Burns worked his magic and edited it down to about 20 minutes. And Charles is going to be here live. He's here, he's waiting, so that you'll hear him speak and you'll be able to buy the magnificent book that should be in everyone's library. So I wanted to say that before Stephen introduces the video and then also the question and answer portion.
We're back. Many of you know Charles Blow as a New York Times op-ed columnist, anchor of Prime with Charles Blow on the Black News Channel, and frequent contributor to CNN, MSNBC, and Fox. He's also the author of the best-selling books, Fire Shut Up in My Bones, and most recently, The Devil You Know. Fire has been turned into Black opera that will premiere at the Metropolitan Opera House later this year. And The Devil You Know is already being developed into a feature-length documentary. Ford Foundation President Darren Walker sat down with Brother Charles recently to talk about the devil and was kind enough to offer us that interview. In it, Charles says that Black people should consider a mass migration back to the South, to the cities with the highest concentration of Black people. Here's why.
Well, I believe that a lot of the things that are plaguing Black America stem from a lack of power, and this was a path to that power. At the end of the Civil War, 3 Southern states were majority Black, and another 3 were within 3 percentage points of being majority Black. In fact, every Southern state had very large Black populations because 90% of Black people in America lived in the American South up until 1910, 1916 or so. And during Reconstruction, that was after the passage of the 14th Amendment, which gave Black people citizenship, and after the passage of the 15th Amendment that guaranteed at least Black men the right to vote. In many of those Southern states, the majority of the registered voters was Black. And that meant something. So during Reconstruction in places like Mississippi, they sent large delegations of Black people to state houses. Those delegates, at least in Mississippi, went to their white counterparts and said, we have 2 Senate seats open when we are readmitted to the Union. One of those has to be Black. And that was what power looked like. And one of them was made to be a Black man. And in fact, Mississippi gives us our first 2 Black senators in American history. They were not popularly elected at the point they were appointed by state legislatures, but because Black people had sent such large delegations to the state legislature, they were able to make that demand. That is what power looks like. Can you, by the power of your vote in a state, not adding to a coalition, but being the driving force of a coalition or being the majority of that coalition, demand inclusion? Can you deliver a state? Can you then, by being a majority of a state, write criminal code for that state? Can you look at incarceration and make sure that it does not become mass incarceration that disproportionately affects people who look like you? That's what power looks like. Black people, because we are fanned out across America, the majority in no state, simply do not have access to that power. But if you have looked at all of these killings of young Black men, most of the high profile cases being in what I call destination cities, the destinations of people who migrated during the Great Migration, like we're seeing the case of George Floyd right now. If that is your reality, and you don't want that to be your reality, you don't want to have to march again and every time. And we've been marching in this way to the killing of Trayvon Martin. And very few of those people, those officers are charged or convicted because it is actually legal for them to kill people the way that they're killing them, because they're insulated in that way. And that is all, that is largely state law. If that doesn't feel right to you, and you want a path to power that says, I want enough power that I don't have to plead to whiteness, which is what all that protest is. I don't have to plead to whiteness to change it. I can just change it. The beauty of this book and the beauty of the exercise of writing it is that it did not center whiteness at all. It doesn't care about your feelings, right? If you feel a particular way or I feel a particular way, it doesn't care about my feelings. This is about power. This is about access to power. And this is about a path to power that Black people can take that doesn't require convincing white people of anything, changing their minds about anything, helping them to grow out of racism in any way. Have it your way. We've done that for 400 years, trying to cajole and ask people for growth and having Black liberation contingent or dependent on your evolution. And this plan doesn't require that. It just says Black people can move on their own.
Yes.
Here's the thing. I think modern people, conservatives and some liberals as well, believe that white supremacy is the new catchphrase. But if you go back and read, as I have, the minutes of the constitutional conventions of the 1890s, where state after state in the South was calling constitutional conventions to literally write white supremacy into the DNA of those states, it's the term they used. It's not new at all. And I was shocked by how many times they used the phrase white supremacy, that we are here to write white supremacy into the law over and over and over. Even the letters they got in support of the conventions were included in the minutes. And everybody was saying the same thing. We are here to write white supremacy into the code. It is not new. And so for modern Americans, white people included, to say, oh my God, you guys have to stop talking about this. No, we don't. It is foundational. It is literally the phrase that was used to establish itself, even before those constitutions. And if you look back when Lincoln was debating Douglas, he didn't use the word white supremacy, but he used a variation of it. He said, for I, as much as any man, believes that there must be an inferior and superior position among the races, and I believe the white people should have the superior position. That's white supremacy. Black people didn't make this up. So the other thing I want to talk about is Georgia, which is fascinating. Because on the one hand, what happened was what Stacey and all the other organizers did on the ground, which was they've been organizing, some people here have been organizing for decades. This latest push in organizing was relatively recent, but it really worked. But the other shoe was reverse migration. The Black population of Georgia doubled from 1990 to 2020, from 1.7 million people to now over 3.4 million people. Black people, when last time that Georgia went for a Democrat was in 1992 for Bill Clinton, but Black people were not the majority of that coalition because they were only 25% of the population of Georgia. This year, they were 33% of the population of Georgia. And if you believe the exit polls, that makes them the majority of the coalition that delivered this state, not only for Joe Biden, but also it was the first time in the entire history of the Senate that Black people were the majority of a coalition that elected a US senator. And they didn't just elect one, they elected two. And that is the difference. When you become the majority of the coalition, it doesn't mean that there are not people in the coalition with you. It's that you are the driver of that coalition. And that changes the way people look at you and consider power in relation to you. That is the difference between you being in Georgia and being instrumental and you being in Pennsylvania or Michigan and being instrumental. Because in Pennsylvania, you're 11, 12, maybe 15% of the population. They only need you to come in when white people basically split down the middle and you need to break the tie, right? That doesn't mean, but when you don't do that, they don't come to you and say, oh my God, the Black people didn't show up. Let's create policies that will encourage Black people to come out and vote and make them enthusiastic about that voting. Because if they had done that in 2016, when Hillary Clinton lost, they would have come to the Black people and said that, but they did not. For 2 years, the only thing that we heard was how do we get back white working class voters, because those were the majority of that coalition. That's what the majority of the coalition looks like. That's the power it garners you. I identified 9 states, right? So these are all states where Black people are already 25% or more of the population. That is, they're stretched along the I-20 to up the I-95 corridor. That's Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina, Virginia, Maryland, and Delaware. People don't think of Delaware as a southern state, but the census always has, and so do I. Delaware is also the 8th Blackest state in America. People don't always realize that, and it's tiny. It doesn't take a lot of people to change that to a majority Black state. Anyway, so all of those states are prime, and they're good. And I like the idea of having a variety of states because they appeal to different kinds of people. There's people who want to be near the water on the coast. I don't think that's smart in an environment where global warming is leading to sea level rise. But if that is a thing that is important to somebody, that's very much possible. If you are part of the tech industry and you want to be in a tech corridor, there is one in the Virginia area. If you are in the auto industry in Detroit, you want to move south, where in the last 20, maybe 30, I think definitely 20 years, all the foreign automakers have located their factories in southern cities. So there's just a lot of reasons and a lot of variety of places that people can be, in addition to the option of going to a homestead, which is where your parents or grandparents or great-grandparents are actually from. Basically, if you're moving back to the South, the electoral college system, and in some ways the Senate itself, uses slavery against Black people. Right? It gave the enslavers power by virtue of the enslaved being in their space. This basically uses these systems against the system itself. If Black people had not migrated during the Great Migration, it is possible that they could control more electoral college votes than New York State and California combined. Right? If Hillary Clinton had simply won in the general election, the southern states with these large Black delegations, large Black populations that she won in the primaries, she could have lost every single Midwestern swing state and still been president of the United States. Right now, the whole conversation around power is about centering whiteness, particularly white men, particularly wealthy white men. In the entire history of this country, one president has not been a white man. In the entire history of this country, one vice president has not been a white man. The majority of the Supreme Court is white men. The majority of the federal bench is white men. There are now 4 governors in America who are not white, and none of them are Black. 50% of all state houses right now are white men. Another 30% are white women. 15% are the rest of the racial groups. If you actually had power right now, the things that you are protesting about would have been done already, because you could do them. These white men have decided that that's not what they want. And so all of the protesting is about pressuring or convincing or shaming these white men into recognizing Black equality and Black humanity. I simply refuse to believe that that is a position that Black people must take for the rest of their time in this country. And in fact, that is why this book is written, because there is a path to power that does not go through that. Right now, Black people are the minority in every single state. If you say do nothing, we're basically saying that that's perfectly fine, right? The degree of your freedom is dependent on the majority of that state, which right now in every state except Hawaii is white people. Only if they agree that we should change your policing will it happen. Only if they agree that we should change mass incarceration and the criminal justice system will that happen. You are always now in a position of pleading. I believe that you should have space in this country where pleading is not the only power that you have. You know, this is a revolutionary thing that I'm asking people to do. There's no such thing as a revolutionary act without risk and without resistance. There will be tremendous resistance to what is happening here in Georgia. In fact, the state legislature has something like 40 plus bills that they're trying to pass, and some, at least one has passed, to restrict voting, to try to turn the tide, to try to craft an electorate to their liking, rather than the one that turned the state. So you're going to have that. What I'm saying to Black people is, if you're averse to risk, if you believe that it should be easy for you to access power, that revolutionary acts are easy, this is not for you. Stay where you are. You know, march every time a Black person is gunned down in the streets, and then watch as his killer walks free. But if that is not what you want, there's another fight.
What's that strip?
I want to be very clear when I say Black power, I'm not saying party power, Democratic Party, Republican Party, or anything. It is power of self-determination. It is power to put pressure on political systems so that they are more responsive to Black people, that when they are negotiating and compromising, that the first people that they offer up are not always Black people in that compromise, which has been the history of America. Whenever there's a compromise to be had, it is Black people who are given away in that compromise. The reason that Reconstruction is allowed to fail is because they have a compromise over who's going to be allowed to be president during that contested election. And they basically say to the Southerners basically say, you can have the presidency as long as you get all these troops out of the South, which everybody knew what that was going to mean. There's a historian who I quote in the book who says the North won the Civil War in 1865, but the South won it in 1890. Because it was in 1890 that Mississippi becomes the first state to call a constitutional convention to write Jim Crow, white supremacy into its constitution. And every single Southern state after that calls a constitutional convention to follow what they call the Mississippi example. So basically, you got rid of enslavement in 1865, and the South reconstituted it beginning in 1890. I am also making the argument that Black people should move from many of these destination cities for economic reasons, because the Black middle class in the Southern states is thriving. When Forbes does his list of where the Black middle class is thriving, those are largely Southern cities. People think that because they live in the shadow of prosperity that they share that prosperity. When in fact, the Black poverty rate in New York City is higher than the Black poverty rate in Mississippi. Now, maybe you can figure out some way to scratch a survival out of $17,000 in Mississippi. There's no way you can do that in Manhattan. But what I think that is necessary, in addition to political power, is that you need a space in which you can explore the human possibilities that are embedded in every human. Here's the thing about me, I agree with the American Anthropological Association. Race, as we have defined it, doesn't even exist. It is racism that's real. If you remove all the obstacles that we put in front of some people and remove all the advantages that we give to other people, human beings will behave like human beings. Some will create things, some will destroy things. Some will be honorable and great and brilliant, and some will be scoundrels. There will be crime among others, and there will be philanthropy among others. This is just how human beings will behave without these constructs that we put on them. What I want for Black people is what white people have enjoyed in this country. The possibility of just to dream and know that everything is possible for you, and that there's nothing put in front of you to limit those possibilities. Anybody who doesn't want to be racist anymore, you should do that for you. I don't want to be in a position where I'm like, my liberation is dependent on this person coming out of a cave. I don't want that. I want you to want to come out of a cave because it's light outside. I want you to not be racist because it is anti-science and anti-historical. I do not, however, want to be dependent on that growth, which is what Black people have been in order to have power in this country. So that is what I'm saying when I say it's not your feeling. I'm saying not that I don't care about a person's individual feelings. It is that I do not believe that your feelings are central to the argument that Black people are making about power.
Okay.
Wow.
Wow, wow, wow. You know what? I just want to, before you move into the Q&A with Charles Blow, I just want to say hail to our HBCUs, because Charles Blow is a proud Grambling University graduate. Brilliant. And he belongs to us. Thank you, Charles, and thank you for being with us today.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for having me.
See, Susan, I didn't even scream at you. I was calm and reserved, right? Brother Blow, thank you for that. Oh, you have so many questions coming in. And I just want to thank you for your patience. We really appreciate your patience as we were moving through this day. So the first question comes to you from Donna in Tallahassee, Florida. She says with 43 to 47 states rewriting voting laws, how do Black folks in those states keep that from happening?
Well, first of all, thank you guys for having me. Sorry that I have to do this for my car, but I am like in transit and there's a lot of things going on.
Please be safe. Please be safe.
No, I pulled over. I'm not doing it driving. So this is the thing. It's never not going to be a fight. So disabuse yourself of that notion. The Georgia, when it flipped this time, was already operating under the voter suppression that kept Stacey Abrams from becoming the governor of Georgia. The Justice Department and this other Eric Holder had allowed, even before the Supreme Court gutted the pre-clearance provisions of the Voting Rights Act, had already allowed Georgia pre-clearance for their gerrymandering after the 2010 election. It's never not going to be a fight. This is what I keep saying to people. If you respond to a proposition like this with saying, but they are going to, that they're going to fight me, or I'm scared, it's already not for you. There is nothing you can do to prevent them from trying. But what you can do is to stand up against that the way that Georgia did, the way that Stacey Abrams did, the way that all those other organizations on the ground did. You fight them every single step of the way because you understand that you are at war. And even when you lose the battle, it is not the war. And even if you win the battle, that is not the war. Because every battle that is won can be lost the next day. No one in America is going to give up power easily, gracefully. And if you think you're going to get it easily or gracefully, then you are mistaken. To get that power, you have to really want that power. Or we can live this life of being powerless. We can live this life where we have to go out into the street every 6 months. We can live this life where the laws are literally set up to protect and shield these officers from killing us. We have to decide what reality we want to inhabit.
Wow. Wow. Thank you for that. So Lisa from Plainfield, New Jersey, what is our specific call to action to all leaders from communities of faith in regards to grappling with the devil we know, moving back to the South?
Well, I put communities of faith into the bigger pot of our Black institutions. That our oldest Black institutions are Southern institutions. And they played a tremendous role during every portion of Black history, including the Civil Rights Movement. What we need to do is to call on those institutions to be instrumental in being advocates for acquisition of power. When Black people fled the South and moved to the North and West, there was an architecture, even though it was kind of casual. People sent the letters and showed up at the train stations to usher them in. The Urban League, which is a relatively young organization at the time, made as part of its mission getting people acclimated to the North. I found one pamphlet they put out. It was like, don't spit on the sidewalk. A lot of people had never seen a sidewalk. These were farmers to a large degree. Just getting that kind of instruction. There was a Black press that made the argument, the moral argument for the movement. Hello?
I think we had a little bit of interruption there. You're fine.
Okay. But we have to call institutions to be active in. They have to determine if they are interested in Black people having this kind of power. and if they are, to be active in the acquisition of that power.
So as a mentoring organization, we're not a policy organization. We are very focused on consciousness shifting. We have a lot of young people around the country who are wanting to understand more about how they can prepare themselves to really tackle this whole piece around legislation, looking at district attorneys and things like that. What should we be thinking about with 58 affiliates around the country, 26 states? What should we be thinking about in order to prepare our young people for this fight that you've eloquently stated?
That's difficult for me to answer because I'm not exactly sure how to tailor it for that audience. But what I am saying is that the federal government has very little power on these issues that actually literally physically touch your life. The municipal power that Black people have is limited because there are no cities and towns in the Constitution. The Constitution splits the power between the feds and the state government. It gives to the state government many of the things that really, really affect you. They write the criminal code. They run state elections, and therefore they draw the districts. They set the rules about who can vote. Mass incarceration is 3/4 of it is a state and local issue. I'm saying to everybody, I'm not gonna slice it up like that. I'm saying to everybody, unless you have state power, you're not in the game. You are begging the people with the state power to make the change for you, rather than being able to make it yourself.
Wonderful, thank you. And we have one last question here. We want you to be safe, Brother Blow, so here we go.
Okay, I'm parked.
Okay. For people who've never lived anywhere but a destination city, how do they start the process of moving?
Well, I'm gonna again back into this question. As is the case with every voluntary migration of people in American history, whether it be the Dust Bowl, the Gold Rush, the Great Migration, or this example I highlight in the book, the mass migration of young hippies in the Northeast into Vermont for the express purpose of state power. It has never been because they had everything set up on the other end. People moved literally with it, whatever they could carry. When people boarded those trains during the Great Migration, many of them, particularly in the early years, it was suitcases, whatever they could carry, and some food. They called those trains the Chicken Bone Express because they got off, they couldn't get the food on the train, they got off, chicken bones all over the floor. That's all they had. People moved in great migrations for possibility. And what I'm saying to other people is that I believe that there are financial incentives for you to move. But that has never been the base for mass migration. The base has always been the possibility that the place that I was going to was better than the one that I am in. So I do not have the infrastructure, nor do I have the inclination to pack the bags and book the tickets and get your apartment set up. What I'm saying is that neither did your grandparents when they moved to Chicago.
Charles, this is Susan. There's an example that I heard you speak about, and I think it had to do with a city in the Northeast. And some years ago, hippies picked up
Yes.
a move there. Could you just share that example before you leave? And also just tell us how this awareness, I don't know if it's new or not, just grew in you and just made you so passionate about this being a strategy.
Okay. So the first part of that, hippies were protesting all over the place during the Vietnam War over Nixon's execution at war. Nixon said, I don't care, I'm going to execute this war the same way that I want to, and kept doing it. those protests grew bigger and bigger. Some of them were violent. It still didn't make a dent in how he was executed at war. 2 Yale law students in 1972 published a paper in the Yale Law Review, I think it's called Jamestown 70, in which they argue, listen, young hippies like us, you're never going to get anywhere doing it the way you're trying to do it. If you really want to make a real impact, you have to have state power. And they call their proposal radical federalism. You just have to move yourselves strategically into a state that you can control. And the next year, a more famous writer picks up this obscure little paper and writes in Playboy, which is a big thing at the time. And yes, people did used to read Playboy for the articles and the interviews. Don't make me explain that. And he writes in Playboy under the title "Take Over Vermont," and gives how many people it would take and the whole thing. And tens of thousands of these young white hippies packed their things and moved to Vermont. They didn't know what they were doing. They had nowhere to stay. They made encampments in fields and slept there. They created communes just to be able to survive. But they changed Vermont over decades from one of the most conservative states in America to now one of the most liberal states in the union. It is the state in 2008 that Barack Obama won his highest percentage of the white vote. It gives us people like Bernie Sanders and Leahy. And it demonstrates, when I read about this, which I don't know why I didn't know this, but I read about it. It was a great book written about it a few years ago. And I thought, it is literally that easy. It is a bloodless revolution. It is using the Constitution against itself. It is revolution within the law. There is not a single law on the book that prevents interstate movement of American citizens.
And so
that was the epiphany for me.
Was that difficult for you? Now you picked up from, and people don't leave the BK, that's Brooklyn, y'all. Stunning, nobody moves away from Brooklyn. They go for a little bit, they come back. So you picked up long ago and moved to Atlanta. Was that hard?
Listen, I lived in New York for 26 years. I lived in the same apartment for 21 of those years. So it's displacement, but I'm from the South. It does feel like coming home. And you forget what it feels like to be in a place where Black excellence is not exceptional. Where you are never in a space where you would be very often in New York, where you were the only one. You're the only one of this, and you're the only one of that. Or you went to some school that was a great school, but you were the only one in this AP class, or the one who there's none of that in the South. What do you mean you're the only one? Also, there's none of that sense of competitive that I must be the only one, because that's the only reality I've known. So everybody calls at each other to be the one Black one that gets anointed. Whereas the Black aesthetic, the Black sensibility in the South is, hey, you make it, we all make it. This is family. The more of us, the merrier. It's a very different way of thinking about Blackness and inclusiveness and community and family. And that is coming from New York, where there are 2 million Black people.
Charles, I have to tell you, I'm born and raised here in New York City. I've never lived anywhere else. I don't want that to be my final chapter, though. But after hearing you speak about it and reading the book, I started talking to my family, and they live in Atlanta, about the possibility of moving there. And I was reminded by my granddaughter, Amina, her whole consciousness was changed by going to Spelman. She said, every time you come and we go out to dinner, you're like marveling at all the Black people in the restaurants. In New York City, just as you said, we're always the only family, the only Black family in most of the restaurants, not so true, Stephen, how do we thank you, Charles, not just for this book and this day, but for the wisdom and the courage and strength that it takes to write as you do, so profoundly and deeply and honestly, in the New York Times. How do we thank you for that?
I don't know how to answer that question, but I will say this though, and this is just I'm getting older, I'm 50 years old, and I'm just, and all of the brakes and the cautions are falling off. And I'm getting blacker and blacker by the day. And, I heard the last conversation about people in corporate America. I entered corporate America playing against type. I told myself, if you guys want performance, I can outperform all of you. I mean, you want grace? I literally have read every, etiquette book in my local library. It wasn't a lot of them, it's a little tiny town, but I read all of them. You're not picking up, you're not gonna get me picking up the wrong fork. Oh, you could need us to dress up. I'll dress up in a 3-piece suit, which I did. I used to wear 3-piece. Literally what I was saying is that I will remove all of the reasons that you are saying don't work because I am smart. And you will see that and not any of these excuses that you have created around me. But that was also performative. I had forced myself into a performative stance and posture to balance out other people's prejudices and racism. And the older I get, the less and less of that I am willing to do. And I'm to a point now where I'm just like, this is it. There's no more varnish on this piece, this object. It is rough. And truth can sometimes be rough. But I am going to say what I believe is true. And coming off of your last panel, you have to do that in a way that says, I refuse to be a slave to this check. You have to be able to say, I will just act with integrity and say what I believe to be right and true. And if that costs me something, it's just going to have to cost it, because otherwise you're living hollowness. You are fighting against your purpose in the world. And it is the way that most of our people who would otherwise be the generals and the soldiers in our battle against white supremacy get lured over and seduced by luxuries to the point that they no longer want to fight for us. And I don't want to be that person.
I wish we could put all that in the hashtag. My goodness.
Well, I think we just say an amen and a thank you. And I have a little bag in the corner that I'm thinking about. And thank you, Stephen.
Thank you, Charles.
Thank you.
Segment, stay with us if you can. We won't be long. Go ahead, Stephen.
So where do we go from here? We don't go to Mississippi, or if we do, what should we do? Dr. Tema Bryant-Davis is going to help us figure it all out. She's a professor of psychology at Pepperdine University, and as the past president of the Society of Psychology of Women and its former representative to the United Nations, she's had a lot of experience to keep the world sane. She's the author of the timely book, Thriving in a Wake of Trauma, and is the director of Culture and Trauma Research Lab. Dr. Bryant-Davis, our hearts and minds are yours.
Thank you so much. This has been so rich, and I am excited to be able to be a part of it. And I invite us all to take cleansing breath in this moment, that we hold compassion in our hearts for ourselves and for each other because of the onslaught of racial stress and trauma that we have been bombarded with. And yet healing is available to us. Healing is very much possible, and not only to heal and survive, but to thrive. Queen Mother Maya Angelou said, surviving is necessary, but thriving is elegant. And Brother Charles was just talking about all of the pieces that we learned, but we want to move past performance, past mask, and recognize what it looks like to be authentically well and authentically whole. And so I am so glad that mental health has not been left out of the conversation, because as we look at equity, empowerment, movement, land ownership, voter rights, if we arrive in these spaces and have left ourselves behind, then we will have lost. If we arrive with the titles and the resume and the vita and the office, if we arrive in these spaces and despise ourselves and have not been able to teach our children the truth of their magnificence, then we would have missed something. We would have dropped a baton. So in all of our running, in all of our striving, in all of our planning, in all of our obtaining, it is important that we recognize Black minds matter. Black mental health matters. And so I'm going to share my screen to briefly give you a couple of pointers on this journey so that we can be well. And that is an important question that gets asked before healing is, do you want to be made whole? And that is what we have to answer on today. We want to heal, to grow, and to thrive. To know that what we have experienced is not the sum total of our identity. And so trauma affects us, but it does not define us. Racism affects us, but it does not define us. And so we have to get moving in our healing. Hard times require furious dancing, or according to the African proverb, when you pray, move your feet. When you pray, move your feet. So that means not only are we hoping, not only are we dreaming, not only are we imagining, but we are doing the work in order to be well. And it is an active work of resistance when we are constantly told we are inferior, which is a lie. We deal with the realities of internalized oppression. And so to buffer ourselves, to protect ourselves from these lies that show up even before we are born, it requires an intentionality and a resistance to the realities of racism. So in the beginning was the Word. Lucille Clifton said, "Come and celebrate with me that every day something has tried to kill me and has failed. Every day, racism has tried to kill us. Every day, COVID-19 has tried to take us out. Every day, inequity tries to break our spirits, and yet we are still here." And so I am excited about our survival, and I'm reminded of the words of Audre Lorde. When we are silent, we are still afraid, so we might as well speak, knowing we were never meant to survive. And so they did not intend for us to still be here. These system structures and institutions are meant to discourage and demoralize, and yet we are still here. So we want to interrupt the denial and the minimization of racial trauma and recognize that our pain and our wound are a reality. As Afrocentric people, often we want to jump over the pain and talk about being descendants of kings and queens. And while our heritage is an integral part of our identity, we have to also leave room for our humanity and the fact that this hurts, that these are difficult times that we are living in, that when we show up in these virtual spaces, there is more going on than can fit in the box, that we are affected by the deaths, the perpetual deaths and Black terror being broadcast on our telephones and in our televisions and on our networks and in our family lives and in our living rooms, we are affected. And so in order to be healed, we have to first recognize the wound. And so I am hoping that you create spaces where you don't have to pretend to be unmoved. I am hoping you create spaces where you don't have to be rock or wall or warrior or soldier or visionary or simply activist, but to know that we feel, that we have tears, and our tears are prayers, because there are some things we do not have words for. It shows up in trembles, it shows up in insomnia, it shows up in migraine headaches, but there is an impact. We recognize not only the contemporary reality of racism, but that it is intergenerational. We are carrying the experience of our parents and our grandparents and our foreparents, but not only do we hold ancestral wounds, but we carry ancestral wisdom, and we build on that for our healing. So in order to heal the wounds of racism, we have to recognize how it has affected us. And so for some of you, it will show up in depression, but in many of us, the depression is what is known as irritable depression. It is not by accident that we are accused of having a bad attitude. And many times in our communities, it is more acceptable to be irritated or attitudinal than to show despair. That often we are not feeling safe enough to show our hopelessness, our sense of powerlessness, and our fear. And so when we have loss of sleep and change of appetite, when the things we used to enjoy, we just don't enjoy anymore, it is not fitting, it is not appropriate to just say, oh, Black people don't get depressed. It is a lie. And many of us have lived with it and have been raised by parents who have lived with it. It shows up with anxiety and with anger. And I want to say, we want to remove the stigma around anger and rage. It is healthy to be outraged about outrageous things. We are facing outrageous times. And if we feel nothing, that is a trauma response. We also experience it as intrusive thoughts with post-traumatic stress, with challenging trusting people. And it's not a matter of us needing to just heal our trust issues, but people and systems needing to be more trustworthy. We even have had increase in suicidal thoughts in our community, substance dependence, exhaustion, and what some people would just call blanking out. And we call that dissociation. The trauma shows up in our bodies. It shows up in it being difficult to focus and concentrate. It shows up in our physical health, and it even shows up in our spiritual well-being. But the good news is the trauma of racism has written on the pages of our lives, but we do have the pen. We have the pen and the capacity to write our next chapter, to write our next story. And a part of our healing involves our spirituality. And so from an African-centered perspective, we know that our wholeness has to be holistic. It is not just shifting our thinking, but addressing our hearts, our bodies, our spirits, and our communities. Do you know what is therapeutic? Justice. Do you know what is therapeutic? Justice would allow us to sleep a lot better. Justice would allow some of us to get our appetite back. Justice would release us from much of the despair. And so as we are working for justice, we are working for our healing. And we attend to our intersectionality. Many of us are members of multiple oppressed identities. And so whether you are a Black person who is a woman, a man, or gender non-conforming, whether you are an LGBTQ Black person, whether you live with a disability or undocumented status, whatever our experience is, we want to leave no part of ourselves in the margins. And all of the different aspects of your identity and your children's identity need to be welcomed in the table. We use support, spirituality, the expressive arts in order to heal. And the aim is not just to get rid of symptoms of distress, but it is actually to be everything that we are born to be, everything that we are on the planet to be. And so as we work through our own internalized racism or insecurity, we also know that a part of our healing is in our resistance, that if we understand Black psychology, it is not just how to cope with injustice, but how do we dismantle it? How do we confront it? How do we combat it? How do we shift the tide? And so our resistance is not only in our marching, it is in our legislation and in our policy. It is in our parenting and in our education. It is every pathway where you have a space to make impact. That is where you can make change. And so we recognize racism when we see it so that we can shift it. And we tune into the ways it is showing up in our bodies. And so I invite you in this moment to take cleansing breath, to know you don't need to schedule a million things for today, that you don't even need to schedule a million things for this week, that our labor is not the equivalent of our worth. We are valuable, we are enough, we are sufficient just sitting still. We are valuable, we are worthy, we are enough, even when we are just sitting still because of the sacredness of our identity. So as you are watching the trial, or hopefully not watching the trial, as you are looking at the death after death after death, Look for ways to heal and take care of yourself in journaling, expressive arts, using your spiritual practice, connecting with community, self-help books, music, aromatherapy, setting boundaries. No is a sacred gift. So you need to start to say no to some things so you can say yes to your wellness, so you can say yes to your child's or your mentee's wellness, and also for us to engage in meditation and in prayer to heal ourselves. And I want you to know you don't have to do it alone. The Association of Black Psychologists offers free support groups online, and you can join those healing circles in order to know that even though we get tired and we get weary, we are more than meets the eye. And so we are looking for post-traumatic growth, growing in our wisdom, growing in our gratitude, growing in our relationships, growing in our purpose. I want you to know on today the words that are sung in Botswana, and you can just join me and sign if you free up your hands. And the words are, if you do like this is an F for family. We are one family and none can separate us. None can separate us. None can separate us. We are one family and none can separate us. No, no, never. And this is how we clap and sign. Thank you so much for having me. Let us be well. It is our birthright.
My Lord.
Wow.
You know, you grew up under the wings of two extraordinary parents, Bishop
Thank
Bryant
you.
and your mother, Cecilia Bryant. God bless you, and thank you so much, Dr. Timma, for nourishing. I needed that talk today. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for having me and creating this space. My heart is full.
Ooh, justice is therapeutic. Yes. Thank you, Dr. Bryant Davis. I think we'd all agree that the presentations and discussions today have been enlightening and maybe relieving for those of us who've been wondering lately, are we losing our minds? Good science is half of it. For the rest of us, we recognize that we have to rely on spirit. Here to help us center in spirit is the Reverend Dr. Alfonso Wyatt, founder of Strategic Destiny, Designing Futures Through Faith and Facts. He's also a longtime supporter of CARES, and I'm blessed to count him as my mentor. Reverend Wyatt.
I am speechless, given all that is going on during this hour, 2 hours and a half. I've lost track of time. Dr. Bryant, I want you to know that I'm from the Greater Allen Cathedral, and know your mama, know your daddy. My wife did the art on Ubuntu that she used on her book.
Yes.
So, yes, that's my wife, and she listens to you on your podcast. So please let me just say that to you, and let's get on for a deeper dive. Yeah, let's get on for a deeper dive. We have been taken to a place where there wasn't a buffet, but a sumptuous meal has been served. A sumptuous meal to feed our minds, our hearts, and our spirits. I want you to know that your spirit tank, that area that has been carved out for spirit. I'm not talking religious talk now, so don't put me on mute. I'm talking about that spirit energy that fires up your will and your power. You can have will, you can have power, but if they're not hooked up, they can't do anything. There are deficits. There are unauthorized deductions out of our spirit tank every day, to the point that many of us are incapacitated by all that is going on. We are now experiencing, back in the day, Sister Taylor, back in the day, they used to talk about death coming in threes. Oh yeah, so-and-so, so-and-so, and so-and-so. Now we are experiencing serial grief. They're coming in 33s. Our families, people that have experienced death, 6, 7, 8 members within their own family. Our spirit, our ability to stand and withstand are weathering blows that our bodies in many instances are not designed to catch. Information is so important. Information is so important. We're taught to speak truth to power. But before we speak truth to power, we have to go inside and find our own truth and speak to ourselves. Speak that truth, that who you are and where you are and what you want to be and where you feel destined to go. And how can you bring others along? Before I got on this call, I'm talking to in a Zoom session in an institute I helped to set up for formerly incarcerated individuals. And I wrote a book, Beware the Mind Hustler, identifying self-destructive thoughts and distractions. The mind hustler is jacking us up right now. The mind hustler is trying to dissuade, is trying to take us off path. We have heard some truths, some foundational truths today that go against type, that goes against everything that we have been told. So now our marching orders. I'm going to pray, but I want you to do this. I want you to begin to think on, based on everything that you heard today, what are you willing to start doing and what are you willing to stop doing? Because see, right in that tight little package is what is going to help to free you to be all that you were formed and fashioned to be. That you will never, ever dim your light, willingly dim your light so that you do not outshine others. That you keep on keeping on no matter what. We are at a very different place and point in life. But we are from people that have overcome. We didn't just sing it, we were about it. So may we continue. Let us pray. We thank you, we thank you, we thank you for the meal that was shared with us today. We thank you for the speakers. We thank you for those young speakers. And I'm so glad to see the young folks stepping up and stepping out. Give them the power to persevere through this Stygian darkness that we find ourselves in. Let there be light in the place of darkness. Let us be able not to just have Pyrrhic victories, but have the type of victories and in the battles, as Brother Blow was talking about, in the battles so that we can win the war. If there's anything that is not of like light, give us the power to excavate it from our presence, from our mind, and from our sensibilities. Give us the power to discover not just what we want to be free from, but what can we be free to, like free to do, free to be. And finally, oh God, we ask for blessings overflowing over National Cares, over the affiliates, over all the people of goodwill and solid consciousness, that we will be able to move it on up just a little bit higher. Curtis Mayfield said, keep on pushing. Don't stop now. Move up a little higher, some way, somehow. We know the way. We ask that you be the guide along the way. And for those who are not well in their body and in their mind or in their circumstance, Let them know that these dry bones still can live. And we will be careful to give your name praise, glory, and honor, and keep our light shining bright. Let everyone who affirms this say amen. Say it in your place. Raise it up in your hands. Put up a little emoji, put that little reaction button there. Go on and hit something. Go on and let somebody know. Take the joy that you got today and take it to the streets. Love you, my bison brother. Love
You know.
You know. You know we had to get that in there. Amen.
Amen. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. Thank you so much for having me. I appreciate it and having all that you and your team was able to put forward.
Now watch this. 100 black men, we're not so tough on this, but if you drive the bus, you say something kind, come on the bus.
All right.
That is, but Stephen, I also see that Sean Dove has been with us, and if he's still here, I just sent a little message. Just we can't ever have a program without just
I
lifting.
love that, brother.
You know, we love you, Sean Dove. Sean Dove, National Cares Mentoring Movement was so difficult to get our very first national program funded. Hard to get foundations to see the value in investing in Black children who were struggling in poverty. And the word healing couldn't even be used when seeking corporate dollars. We had to hide that word, but not from Sean. He learned about us, he reached out to us and really made available the first dollars invested in the rising, elevating education, expectations, and self-esteem. And we launched there in Chicago, Dr. Cartman, or Dr. Obari, let me use that first name, you know, at Harlan High on the South Side, it was still there, and Sean, because of you. And so we just, again, lift you up and say thank you. We know the campaign for Black male achievement and all that Sean did to advance Black men and boys, and was the inspiration for the Obama administration's effort, that effort that was put forth for My Brother's Keeper. So thank you, Sean. Stephen?
Wow, what do you say? I mean, Susan, I feel like we're the anchor legs of a restoration relay. And we won today. We won today, but the struggle continues. We're so grateful for you all gathering with us today. Today could not have been made possible with a few people you did not see on the front end, but they were working the back end controls. So I just definitely want to shout out Shanavia Bronson, Carrie Osborne, Elizabeth Bologna, Cicely Gay, Julia McClure, Jen Cologne, and Deborah Parker. They worked very hard with us to make this happen. And to you, Susan, how can we thank you for your vision, for your love, for your patience, for your guidance, all that you have done for our community? You just continue to plant seeds, and we're just grateful to be a part of that harvest season for all the labor of love that you've given to our community. Now, I could hit you all with the Russell Simmons ending. Thanks for coming out. God bless and good night. But I'm gonna pass it back over to you, Susan. But this has been an honor and a blessing for me to host today. And I just thank you all. Started with gratitude, ending with gratitude.
You know, all I want to say is please, let's do the work. Let's link arms and aims. Let's get healthy in body, mind, spirit, and community. We heard it all day long. It can be done. It is our charge. It is our moral responsibility. Because as I began earlier today, I'm going to end with that very same sentiment, that we are among the most privileged Black people on this planet. And we don't have to wear ourselves out advancing this work. What we have to do is take off of our schedules those things that are non-essential and give more time to our wellness, to strengthening ourselves in body, mind, and spirit. I need to get up out of this chair that I feel like I've been sitting in for a year and get back to exercise. I don't get up without doing my meditation. But our bodies and our lives need more than that. I don't like the war references, and I have to find some new references. It's a war, but I don't want it to be a war. It's a struggle. It's always been that. But we can't win. Let me just say that we cannot win without. We can't win with a broken army. That's it. We can't win not being strong. We can't win when we're limping. So we have to get strong and repair what is hurting us. And that's what today is about, healing what's hurting Black America. So I think we're posting, what did you say, Carrie? There's a survey that we ask you to fill out. Come on, Carrie, put your face on here. So tell us about the survey. So there it is right there. And you can read it. And we ask that you fill it out and give it back to us. We know today was longer than we intended it to be, no matter how often we ask people to, and it was just probably a little too much, but we're going to be back. We're going to be back with just the rich content that we delivered today with the team that Stephen mentioned. It really does take a village to rebuild the village. So we're the village here at the National Cares Mentoring Movement, and you're the villagers spread out all across the country, and our affiliate leaders. They are the boots on the ground. So thank you so much. God bless you all. Stephen, amen.
Yes, and Facebook family, thank you all. Thank you for staying with us. We really appreciate you all. Take care.
Well, we have to do our traditional goodbyes. Let me put myself on gallery view and say goodbye to everybody. Bye, everyone.
Bye, guys. Bye-bye.
Oh my
Bye,
God.
everyone.
Everyone.
Goodbye and God bless. Thank you so much.
Goodbye.
This was powerful.
Bye, everyone. I certainly enjoyed this, Susan. It's amazing.
Thank you.
Amazing.
Yes.
Grateful, grateful.
Beautiful. Thank you.